We're going to get this meeting started. It's echoing a little bit. So we're going to call the meeting to order at 6:07 on this Tuesday evening, May 21st. And we have the Pledge of Allegiance by Jessa. Jessa, you want to come? Yeah. Oh, we got the microphone. Microphone.
I got a microphone for you.
Okay.
Right here. Right here. Yeah, you're good. You got this.
Please stand. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to this flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for that. So we do have, the board took action on a 5-0 vote to approve the final settlement agreement, release agreement by and between the Fullerton School District and parent of student number 773302. And we also had a second. We approved a final settlement agreement, release agreement by and between the Fullerton School District and parent of student number 20240300015. And that's what is being reported from closed session. So with that, we have some recognitions, and we're going to ask Rachel to come up and introduce. Is Rachel here to introduce our two students? Oh yes, they're over here too. All right, I was looking for you all.
Hi, my name is Rachel Skog. I teach 5th grade at Laguna Road Elementary School. And this is Kathy Wilson, my colleague. She also teaches 5th grade at Laguna Road. And she is our wonderful ukulele teacher and mastermind behind this entire project. And I want to introduce to you these two fabulous 5th graders in my class. This is Haley Zwers, and we have Mackenzie Hernandez. And they are here to perform an original song that they wrote. It was first a poem, and then they turned it into a song with chorus and verse, and they put it to a few chords of the ukulele by help of Mrs. Wilson teaching them. So thank you, ladies. We hope that you enjoy. And you can introduce yourselves as well.
Okay, so hello, my name is Haley.
Hello, my name is Mackenzie.
Our song is called Meant to Be.
We wrote it about how we became friends.
Whenever she did something good, I just had to speak.
And then I would think to myself, did she like my technique? She kept saying my throat was so good, should I acknowledge her?
Should I keep saying good, then will she acknowledge me?
We were meant to be,
We were meant to be,
we were meant to be friends.
Finally my plan worked, she finally talked to me.
I finally talked to her, and I was on a travel team. Should I ask her to join? Will she say yes to me?
She asked me on a travel team, I said yes excitedly.
We were meant to be,
We were meant to be,
we were meant to be
friends. I was on a travel team. My sister Peyton asked who is she, and I said that's Mackenzie.
I asked Haley, who is she? And she said, that's my sissy.
We were feeling good, we got along happily.
And then I thought to myself, we make a great team. We were meant to be,
We were meant to be, we were meant to be friends. A couple years later, if you look at us now, we make a great team, it'll make you say wow. We were meant to be. Thank you.
So I was super inspired to bring them on out here today, just to show how the arts at our school district brings kids together. So to be able to write this into a poem and then into a song, amazing job that they're doing over there at Laguna Road with the ukulele program. So thank you so much for being here. Good job, girls. So now we have the Wonders of Waters, Mike McAdams. We're gonna show some amazing art that we're doing here.
All right. Good evening, President Talavera, members of the board, Superintendent Pleka, cabinet, members of the community. Tonight, we want to celebrate the Wonder of Water, which is an annual art and photography competition showcase open to all FSD students, where students can create artwork highlighting their love of water or the nature of water. And this year, we had over 450 submissions from our students, which is a record, way beyond last year's record of 300. So great job to all our students who submitted artwork and photography. And if you're at FSD Fest this past Saturday, you may have seen the Wonder of Water Room and enjoyed the serene, calm nature and enjoyed the beautiful artwork there as well of all of our honorable mentions, our second and first place winners, and our grand prize winner. Now, this event could not be made possible without the support of Kids Fish On, which is a great nonprofit organization led by Dr. Pleka and Mr. Mike McAdam. And I'd like Mike to share a little bit more about the Kids Fish On Foundation.
Absolutely. Thank you, Phil. So Kids Fish On is just a great, unique experience for having students learn to catch a fish for the very first time. I remember when I was a little boy, my dad taught me how to catch my first fish. It was so remarkable and just an exciting experience. So having Kids Fish On and having our students come and understand how to cast, what type of bait to use, what type of fishes that are in the water is so empowering. And then to see them and their faces and the excitement when the fish comes out, and nothing like, oh my gosh, what am I supposed to do to this thing now? But really the excitement and the thrill of the energy that they get from that that they did it from start to finish and catching that fish is pretty unique. So Kids Fish On, just a great organization to support the students and thrive on that. So thank you.
And tonight we have prizes for our students who are winners from Kids Fish On as well too. I also want to acknowledge Ms. Janice Lee, a member of the arts team who organized, put everything together and pretty much made the Wonder of Water happen and is a great foundation for this program. So thank you to Janice Lee. She's not here tonight, but we're going to thank her from afar. So thank you, Janice. Students who are winners, we'd like to do this. When you hear your name called, you can see your artwork laid throughout the dais across the room here. So when you hear your name, come up to us, please. You're going to receive your certificate, your monetary reward, and then if you can stand by your artwork, by Mr. Mike McAdam, that's right, he's the director of money here, all things purchasing. So he's the guy, he's your guy right now. So if you can come and get your certificate, come get your check, would stand by your artwork. We'd love a group picture at the end. And parents, if you want a picture here as well too, that would be fine. Would that work? Awesome. Okay. Yes. Yeah, if you come this way, that would be great. All the way down this way. Thank you. All right, for the nature of water for our junior high category, in second place, Irene Cho. Irene Cho. All right, Irene, we'll make sure to get her. In first place, for the nature of water for junior high school, Luvel Prakarsa. Luvel. All right, for the nature of water, in the TK through 6th grade category, in second place, Irene Guan. Irene. And in first place for the nature of water for TK through 6th grade, Abigail Hong. Abigail. All right, moving on to the love of water for 7th and 8th grade. In second place, Sabrina Samidan. Sabrina Samidan. And in first place, Christina Ryu for the junior high category. Christina Ryu. Okay, moving on to the love of water for the TK through 6th grade category. In second place, Elisa Kim. Elisa.
That one? Okay. Later on, we're going to put it in front of you so you can take a picture with your art in front of you. Find your art.
And in first place for the love of water for TK through 6th grade, Jaden Bang. Jaden. Now we do have one grand prize winner who gets a $100 cash award from the Kids Fish On Foundation. Yes, can we get a drum roll, please? A little. And our grand prize winner is Ava Bayan. Ava.
See, that's where you got to be nice to yourself.
All right, a big hand to all of our winners. And if we can get a group picture, maybe the board and Dr. Pleka for the group.
Moms and dads, please, for the checks, grab the envelopes and keep them in a safe place. And for the $100, maybe just hold on to it. I don't know.
Just a tad.
Yes, students, please take your artwork with you. Your awards, your checks, and your artwork. They do go home with you. Oh, yes, and lastly, on your way out, students, when you do leave, please stop and get a cupcake from Miss Pam over here. Don't forget your cupcake.
Thank you so much for all those students again. You can kind of see a little bit of how all the arts at our district looks like. So now I'm going to invite Emily McDougall to come up and share a little bit about our speech and debate.
All right. Good evening, President Talavera, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Pleka, Cabinet, and guests. Thank you so much. We are thrilled to celebrate our middle school national speech and debate team. They are gearing up for our nationals tournament in June, which will be in Des Moines, and our virtual team competes next week. All right. So a heartfelt thank you to our Board of Trustees, our cabinet, our team, teacher coaches, our families, and our Advantage partners. So the support and encouragement from all of these groups really just means the world to our students.
So teacher, coaches, when I call your name, can you go ahead and come up to where Emily is over here? We're going to hand you a rose and then make your way over to the front so that we can get a group picture afterwards. All right, from Acacia, we have Nancy Regitz. From Beechwood Elementary, Katya Guevara. Beechwood Middle School, Jennifer Min. Commonwealth, Margaret Chapman. Fern Drive, Morgan Garay. Fissler, Emily Hancock. Fissler Middle School, Stephanie Yee. Golden Hill, Dana Brookman. Hermosa Drive, Donna Miller and Pamela Zanell. Ladera Vista, Dr. Lance David Langdon. Laguna Road, Emily Shady, Amanda Gable, and Jennifer Lee. From Maple, we have Carla Ruiz. From Nicholas, we have Musio Vidalis. Orange Thorpe, we have Pam Keller. Pacific Drive, we have Marisa Mendoza. We have from Parks, we have Linda Wingfield. From Raymond, we have Arely Rodriguez. From Richmond, we have Ivy Nino Franco. From Rolling Hills, we have Jody Dyer and Kimberly Cleary Horn. From Sunset Lane, we have Linda Song and Mona Chung. From Valencia, yay! And then from Valencia Park, we have Maisha Bayer. And from Woodcrest, we have Erin Townsell. If we can get a picture. Thank you, teachers, for being the heart and soul of our program. All right, now we're going to call up each national team member to receive their certificates. You're going to receive a recognition certificate from the district along with an honorary certificate from our state senator, Josh Newman. And we actually have a district representative here, Nathan Bass. Thank you, Nathan, for being here. So students, when I call your name, please come forward and we will hand you your certificates. We want you to stay up here, just like the teacher coaches, until the end so that we can get a picture for you guys. Oh, no.
Okay. That's a good idea.
Yes.
It's pretty exciting to have so many people in support of our students here tonight. It's awesome. Thank you.
Go around this way.
Yeah. Come on in. Come on in. Just file it right here.
Because otherwise you're going to be victim. We're going to send them out that way. So maybe, but Pam?
And that right there is a picture of Christopher Kiker, who is also part of the Nationals team.
If that just doesn't illustrate some of the bonds and friendships that these kids make, and that just that quality, yeah, the characters from these kids we have here. We also have Coach Audrey here, sneaking in from Advantage. Many of you know her. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so we will go ahead and start with giving out our certificates. Abigail M. Please come forward. Adeline Choi. Addie Choi. Alyssa Sanchez. Angie Lee. Annette Lee. Annika Bapna. Apollo Meneses. Arjun Parikh. Audrey Kwok. Audrey Lee. Audrey Nino Franco.
Bijou Blay, Carlisle Arthurs, Christopher Kiker, Claire Yang, Claire Yu, Dahan Lee, Diana Alfara, Ella Park, Hayul Viviana Kim, Jaden Brown, Gia Kim, Jisoo Park, Jonah Kim, Caitlin Choi, Kaylin Choi, Lena Kim, Natalie Hong, Sabrina Samadan, Shea Kang, Shiloh Santos, Victoria Park, and Vivian Lee.
Oh, there she is. Same but taller.
This is a great time for a group photo now. Yes, squeeze in.
Ooh, that's
Perfect.
amazing job from our students.
Okay, so our nationals team, if you can just wait, we're going to do a final round of applause, but first let's listen to the directions because we have a little system here. We would like you to exit on the side door, out of this side door here. So we're going to make a path because we'd like you to make sure you get your cupcake on the way out, right? That's first. But second, after you exit just outside the door, you're going to find Cindy because she and Dr. Soltero Ruiz are walking down the ramp with a wagon that has your Nationals team t-shirt in it. So, yeah. So when you go down the ramp, right on your way out to the parking lot, you're going to get your cupcake, go out that door, go to the wagon, and then you'll get your shirt from Cindy out there. Okay? All right, so now that we know what we're doing, and we're gonna go out right here through this pathway. We've made a hole. Okay? All right, now we're gonna give you that one last round of applause. And best of luck to our team.
It's go time. Let's go.
What's Shiloh's last name? Oh, Santos. Ooh, is it TK maybe?
Such an amazing group of students here. This skill set's going to carry on with them for their real life. So this is an amazing program that we got going on here. So thank all these students and the parents for their support, supporting their students in this endeavor, definitely.
We have seats over here. If anyone wants seats in the front.
All right, so that's trickling out. Now we're gonna call Amy Sotolongo to share about our student advisory committee.
We have our superintendent student advisory kids come up.
Yeah, so now we're switching it up. Superintendent student advisory committee. Students, if you all can come up.
He needs a lot of
There we
advice.
go.
It's so good that we have them.
So, I love it. Awesome. Here we go. Student Advisory Committee, or Superintendent Advisory Committee. Come on up. It's all right. We'll settle in. We won't start without you all. As you can see, we have students that participate in both, which is, again, super amazing to see. They're kind of rushing back in from picking up their T-shirt from outside. So, making sure. But go ahead, yeah, Amy, if you're ready.
Good evening, President Talavera, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Pleca, and Executive Cabinet. My name's Amy Sotolongo, and I'm the PBIS TOSIN 504 Coordinator here in Fullerton. It's my pleasure to present tonight with our Superintendent Student Advisory representatives from each of our sites. The Superintendent Student Advisory Committee is comprised of student representatives from the junior high and the K-8 schools, along with district staff, including Dr. Pletka, Dr. Brown, myself, Anna M., Pam Chow, Esther Kim, and Tiffany Blay. The students will introduce themselves as they come up to present. The primary objective of the committee is to provide students with a platform to identify positive aspects within their respective schools and to address challenges they perceive on their campuses. The committee meets 3 times a year at the district office to enjoy lunch together, get feedback on the culture and happenings of their site, and to work on service projects. Student voice and participation is the priority for this committee. During the 2022-2023 school year, the committee participated in an anti-bullying campaign or poster contest aimed at promoting kindness across each of our campuses. For the 2023-24 school year, the committee modeled its theme after the FSD management retreat, kindness, laughter, and joy. The focus this year is for students to collaborate with the district office staff to enhance student participation and engagement within the Fullerton School District. Together, we brainstorm, plan, and execute school-based and community service projects across K-8 and junior high campuses. In addition to working on service projects, this committee also gives voice and feedback to Esther Kim to include student participation in our lcap. This year, sites have completed multiple service projects. Some of these projects include a jacket sweatshirt drive for the hub at Valencia Park, partnering with Team Kids to raise money for a local animal shelter, and partnering with OC United to collect clothing for kids in need. Tonight, you will hear from each site's committee as they outline their spring 2024 projects. At the conclusion of the presentation, the students will receive awards and will take photos to commemorate their board presentation. In addition, next week, each 8th grade student serving on the committee will receive a medal to wear at promotion this year. It's the first time we've ever done that. So now I'm going to turn it over to Beechwood's committee as they share about their spring project. We also have the slide deck with their photos.
And just to say, I know sometimes people wonder, what about our next generation? They wonder about, I've heard people say, well, kids today. I can tell you that this group of students that we have here, they give us hope. This is a group that is bright. They are people that are leaders. They're well-spoken. They're analytical. They're excited. They're generous. They have energy, and they want to make a difference. This is a group, like so many other kids in our Fullerton, that we can be really proud. And I just want to say that I really enjoyed working with them. They're a lot of fun. They have subtleties in terms of their humor. I love their humor. I love what they bring. And just to say, we have a bright future with leaders like these. So how about a big round of applause for all of them?
All right, next is Beechwood.
Hi, my name is Grace Kim. I'm in 7th grade and I go to Beechwood School. Hi, I'm Harper Black. I'm also in 7th grade. Our 8th grade Student Advisory Committee members are currently in Washington, D.C. for their trip. For our spring project, we chose to have students from TK through 5th grade write kind notes to the residents at Morningside and Park Vista. Morningside is a retirement committee and Park Vista is a skilled nursing care facility. These grams also had a soft mint attached. We had a walking field trip to the homes to deliver the grams and goodie baskets for the staff. We also presented a Beechwood Loves You poster for the community that they got to keep. Thank you, Dr. Pletka, for helping us provide the mints, snacks, and goodie baskets. Thank you to the Fullerton School District's print shop for printing an amazing poster for us to deliver. For this project, we met every Wednesday to plan and prepare for the grams. We designed the gram template and Miss Lim printed out about 500 copies of the grams. We then cut them out and went out during elementary lunches to encourage students to write kind and encouraging messages to the residents at Morningside and Park Vista. We went out on Monday and Thursday to have students write the grams.
The purpose of our project was to bring joy and happiness to the residents of Park Vista and Morningside. We hope that they all read our kind notes from our school and felt encouraged knowing that we were thinking of them.
Thank you to Miss Amy Sotolongo
And Dr. Pletka for making this project possible.
Thank you.
Good evening, wow, that's a great way to start this, isn't it? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We thank you for this opportunity to present our Student Advisory Board Spring Project to you all. Unfortunately, both of my partners are 8th graders and they are enjoying their time in DC, but in the meantime, you have me, okay? I'm great, I promise. My name is Madeline Montecastro, and I'm proud to say that I come from Robert C. Pfister School. For our spring project, we were recommended projects that would be exciting or something easy to fundraise money for our school. However, because we already did Team Kids in the fall, we decided to do a community building project for our school with our kindergartners and our 8th graders. Little did we know that this project would be the best idea that we came up with. We call this the Buddy Bash. The Buddy Bash is essentially a day where the kindergartners and the 8th graders can interact and connect with each other, since they don't get to see each other often due to our scheduling conflicts. We wanted this project to bring joy and pride to our school. We wanted a tighter community where we could all just talk and enjoy each other's company. For the process, finding the idea was a struggle, but after careful consideration, the Buddy Bash was the best idea. In order to make the best bracelets, we chose to have some interviews and snack time where they can chat and learn more about each other as opposed to just doing a random activity and not knowing who you're paired up with. This made the Buddy Bash very fun and also very wholesome for the little ones. We couldn't make these ideas possible without the district fundraising our project, our principal, our vice principal, and our counselor helping us, and without our students' feedback. We wanted to make this the best day ever, and it truly was the best day of our year. We took one day to make the Buddy Bash happen. We took the Monday we came back from spring break, March 25th, 2024, and this was a great activity for people to come back to school to. As you can see our photos, our students had a great time interacting with one another. The interaction was very wholesome and a pleasure to experience in person. I wish that all the other schools can have such a beautiful experience as this one. Finally, some of the outcomes of our projects include close friendships, unique experiences, and overall a closer community of our project. Thank you for listening to our presentation, and I hope to see you again next year.
Hello, my name is Jessa. I'm Zoe.
Hi, my name is Brendan.
And I'm Caroline, and we're from Ladera Vista. For our spring project, we chose to do multiple bake sales to raise money for mental health awareness. We then donated the money to the Orangewood Foundation, a nonprofit helping foster youth. Our theme was Cookies for a Cause, focusing on mental health awareness and resources at our school.
To execute our plan, PTA donated many of our baked goods. Our first step was to contact our school administrators and give them our idea. We then met with our ASB team, and they helped to make posters and promote our cause. We then planned the dates and ordered supplies. Lastly, we executed our bake sale in 2 days.
We had 2 bake sales on April 25th and April 26th. Along with selling baked goods, we gave out free stress toys and mental health resources to our students. As you can see, it was a huge success among the student body and teachers. Even Officer Alexa, our student resources officer, was there.
The outcome of our project was a major success. No food was left on the table. As you see, the stress toys was a major success even with our teachers. Including our first bake sale in November, we made a total of $287. The profits made during our spring project went to the Orangewood Foundation.
There's one more slide.
Good evening, Board President Talaveria, distinguished board members, Dr. Pleka, and the Fullerton School District Cabinet members. My name's Elisa Sanchez, and I'm here representing the Nicholas Superintendent Advisory. This year, our focus was to give back and give thanks. Our original idea was to make gift baskets and donate to children that are fighting cancer. Unfortunately, due to the health concerns, we were not able to get this done. So we decided to honor and thank those in the forefront of the medical field, the nurses. We reached out to the ICU unit at St. Jude's Hospital and came to the conclusion that we would honor them during the Nurses Appreciation Week in May. A few weeks before, we set up a table during lunch and had students sign a thank you banner. And in addition, over 200 thank you cards were written for the nurses. When the day finally came, we picked up some donuts because who doesn't like donuts, right? Coffee, and gathered the cards in the banner and headed to St. Jude's. We were greeted by Weston's mom, who works as a nurse at St. Jude. We were guided to the various nurses' break rooms where we posted the banner, delivered coffee and donuts, and placed thank you cards around the room as well as their backpacks. Overall, it was an amazing experience and they were very appreciative. Thank you for your time here.
Good afternoon. We're the Student Advisory Committee from Parks Junior High.
My name is Mason Yu.
My name is Jonah.
My name is Sydney.
And my name is Ava Win.
For our spring project, we chose to play traditional and cultural games from Korea and Mexico, specifically Dakji, as you probably know from Squid Game. I just want to clarify, I got permission from Mrs. Bartusatis, Loteria, and Yunori.
We chose to play these games because it encouraged a sense of community while also having a healthy and safe sense of competitive atmosphere.
We first needed to make many paper-made dakjis and had to fight with each other if we were going to double up on the chocolate boys or the banana milk as prizes.
Many of our friends came to help in making all the dakjis and had to decide how the people were going to win the prizes and also how to coordinate all the playing that was happening simultaneously.
For 4 weeks prior to our event, we met every Tuesday and Thursday to plan for our project. Our plans included making posters and flyers for advertising, creating announcements to be shared to the entire student body, planning the prizes of our games, and finally planning the games. Our games were held over the span of 3 days. Each day was a day spent focusing on that one culture and sharing these valuable traditions to the student body.
We had a lot of participants and distributed almost all of our prizes. All 3 days were successful, but I would say that the Yunori Day was the busiest day. We just simply wanted to bring some culture and fun to lunch for everyone through our project. Overall, I think the biggest thing is that we didn't expect the huge amount of participation we got. And it was a great experience, and we hope to execute something on a greater scale next year. Thank you.
So as you can see, our wonderful students create impact not just in the classroom, but outside of the classroom as well too. And we have one more recipient for the Wonders of Water. Go ahead, Phil.
And so for the Wonder of Water, for the Nature of Water, we have Irene Cho. Irene, come on up, please.
Glad they have wheels.
Yes, we can move these around a little bit. Dr. Hammett, you'll. Yep, he's already here.
All right, Board President Talavera, Superintendent Pleka, members of the board, members of the cabinet, and audience. We are so proud because the month of May is the month of employee recognitions. And tonight is our night to recognize our fantastic employees. 2 weeks ago, we had Teacher Appreciation Week. We had School Administrators Day. And this week is Classified Employees Appreciation Week. And 2 weeks ago, we also had Nurses Appreciation Week. So we've had a lot of appreciation. But tonight, we're doing something extra special by announcing our Employees of the Year. We have, this number is hard to believe, almost 1,200 employees that work for the Fullerton School District. And out of that, we've had to narrow that down to a small number of employees that we'll be honoring tonight. We wish we could honor them all. But tonight, we're going to honor just a few of our employees for our 2024 Employees of the Year. So we're going to go ahead and start out with our Classified Employees of the Year because it's Classified Employee Recognition Week. And we'd like to start out with Crystal Lamas. Crystal, if you could come forward. And I'm going to ask you to wait up front because we're going to have everyone come out once. I want to tell you a little about Crystal. She's our health assistant at Laguna Road. She helps lots of children who aren't feeling well, maybe have a little bruise or a scratch, or maybe an upset stomach. She was hired with us in August 2018, and this is what her school says about her. Crystal makes a huge impact on our school community because of the positive relationships she has fostered. Students love Crystal, and therefore, the parent community appreciates her. They regularly celebrate her and invite her to events such as our winter concert performance. When students come into the office, they always look for Crystal. And now they know that she will listen to them and care for them no matter how big or how small their need is. Crystal shows effort and care to make sure that all students feel part of the community and that they're welcomed and invited. Your school, Crystal, is grateful for you and to have such a committed and kind health assistants. Thank you. And I'm going to ask each person to stand up front and wait because we're going to take one big picture at the end. All right, we have a second Classified Employee of the Year, Alicia Taveras. Wow, she came with her own cheering section. Wow, that's hard to speak after that. So, a little bit about Alicia. She started out in our district as a substitute in the year, I'm going to say it, 2000. And now she's been serving as a clerical assistant for the last 23 years, all at LV. She works, yes, that's worthy of a round of applause. She works diligently every day to not only ensure that the daily office is being supported, but also she goes above and beyond to ensure that all the students not only know when to come to school, but she also knows if families need extra support or if there's any struggles going on at home, and finds resources and provides guidance to help our families during their time of need. Alicia, thank you. Okay, now we're moving on to our Teachers of the Year. This is the first time that we have honored our Preschool Teacher of the Year. So tonight I'd like to honor Alicia David. Let me tell you a little bit about Alicia. She started in our district as an instructional assistant in the after-school program in 2005. She started at 12. She became a site lead in 2011, and then she became a preschool teacher in 2012. Her colleagues say of her, she has an infectious spirit of positivity and boundless dedication and energy. Alicia has touched the lives of countless students, families, and colleagues at Sunset Lane. Let's congratulate Ms. Alicia David. Our next honoree tonight is our Elementary Teacher of the Year for the Fullerton School District, Georgina Mojica. All right. So, Georgina is not only our District Teacher of the Year, but she was Raymond's Teacher of the Year. She teaches dual language in kindergarten. I don't know if any of you have taught dual language in kindergarten. Not an easy task. She was hired in Fullerton in 2016. Here's what her colleagues say about her. She is a trailblazer in the dual language program. She stands as a pillar in the educational community, and her genuine connection with families is a testament to her profound impact on the school community, making her an indispensable asset to the Raymond community. Please join me in congratulating Georgina Mojica. Now for our District Junior High Teacher of the Year, Jeanith Kamvong. Are you willing to risk it? All right. She teaches junior high. That's what I love. If you teach junior high, you're fearless. I don't know, something, 2-year-olds add chaos, but I'm just saying. All right. So, Jeanith was Parks Junior High Teacher of the Year this year. She is a social science teacher, and she was hired in 2011. Jeanith's colleagues say she promotes inclusivity, ensuring all students feel valued and appropriately challenged. She's a caring teacher taking time to connect with students, building relationships, and encouraging students to be the best versions of themselves. Please join us in congratulating Jeanith. All right, we're almost there. At this time, I would like to announce our Classified Manager of the Year, Mike McAdam. Everybody knows Mike McAdam. He's our Director of Purchasing, Warehouse Contracts, and Reprographics. It seems every year his title changes. He either picks something up or loses something, but the title just keeps getting longer. He was hired in Fullerton in 2015. He also serves as the president of FSMA, which is our management association. Here are some things that Mike's colleagues say about him. Mike is positive. He is full of energy, and he has a can-do attitude. You will see Mike McAdam at everything Fullerton related. Doesn't matter if it's a Saturday, a Sunday, even a weeknight, Mike is there. And Mike is additionally loves country music, which you will see as a theme amongst our managers. Yes, I can already see it, our managers of the year. Please join me in congratulating Mike McAdam as our Classified Management Employee of the Year. Now, this is no coincidence, but I would also like to announce our Certificated Management Employee of the Year, who also likes country music, Dr. Tracy Jurina. All right, wow. So hard to keep up. Dr. Jarina joined Fullerton School District all the way back in 2006, before child labor laws. She was a teacher at Fissler School, and she taught there until 2015. And then she was promoted to assistant principal. Then she became the assistant principal in Sunset Lane in the 2016-2017 year, and has been principal there ever since. So what did Tracy's team say about her? She is passionate about her school, her students, and her community. Tracy is involved in everything, and she seems to be everywhere all the time. She builds relationships, cares about her staff and her students and her community, and, like Mike McAdam, she loves country music. Please join me in congratulating Dr. Tracy Jarina. At this time, I'd like to bring up our board and our superintendent, and let's take a picture with our managers and our employees of the year.
It's like we're going to sing a duet.
You got up?
Is it good? I think it's good. Thank you. Oh, good. You have the trick. Thank you.
I love seeing the support for our staff all the way down. I love seeing all these folks that came. Yeah. I love seeing. Yeah. And it's,
That's awesome. Oh, here, Chad. Come here.
Thank you, Amy.
No, we're going to go. Let's go find Mama.
no, all right. I know. Yeah, Bob's over there, but we have one more. We have one more. I know. Folks are trickling out. I know that's. Again, I love seeing. No, yeah, they're. You all can stay. We got some really good things we're talking about, and we want to highlight. Right, Helene?
That's right.
Yeah. We still got some pretty cool.
We can give them a minute.
Yeah.
Let's give them another.
Give them a minute.
Yeah. We'll see. They're clearing out, but I love a little bit of the commentary that I can provide. Not keeping us bored. I won't be able to sing though, so I know. Mike might be able to sing.
Janelle, can you sing?
No, I can't sing. Unfortunately, my singing.
You could try.
I think my dyslexia kind of doesn't allow me to remember lyrics very well. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
What's my excuse?
I don't know. All right. So we have Chad and Helene. They're going to share with us. Take it away.
Well, good evening. Our next recognition this evening is of our Student Behavior Workgroup Committee. And we want to recognize the work that they've done this year to address student behaviors. Presenting with me tonight is one member of our committee, Dr. Helene Morris.
Hello, everyone.
And we are very excited, very excited to be able to present to you tonight on this information. So why was this work group formed? The idea is we needed to provide support for our teachers, for our administrators, and for our students, especially related to student behavior. Behavior we're seeing at our schools and in our classrooms. This is really one of the founding pieces, one of the core values of our work, is that behavior is a form of communication. We all know as parents, sometimes that behavior can be frustrating, and it's the type of communication we may not want to receive, but we know that if a student is behaving in a certain way, they're trying to communicate. So a little statement from Frederick Douglass: it's easier to build strong children than repair broken men. So our agenda tonight, we'll be talking about our committee. We'll be talking about what were some of the difficult behaviors specifically we were looking to address. We have a very exciting team testimony video, which I can't wait to show you. And then Helene will be sharing with us some committee outcomes, and then we'll have questions at the end. So committee overview. This committee had equal representation between members of FSMA, who are administrators, members of FIDA from our Teachers Association, and members from CSEA from our Classified Association. And it was an equal group as far as numbers and far as a broad representation of schools, grade levels, programs, and really everyone bringing their expertise and their wisdom to the table. One of the things that we really focused on was our core values, our PAL core values. And we ran our committee and did our work really around the ideas of communication, integrity, collaboration, respect, being lead learners, being the ones who really are learning as we move along, empathy, and then finally remaining student-centered. And those really core values drove our work. Here are all the names of the team members. I won't read them all, but if you were on the committee, can you please raise your hand just so we can... Beautiful, look at all the committee members here this evening. Excellent, thank you. Not all of them could be here, but as you know earlier, it was a full room as well, so we are very grateful for those of you who are here. So our team met 4 times in official larger meetings. There were a number of smaller subcommittee meetings as well, and I know that each of the groups as well, CSEA, FETA, FSMA, met on their own as well. In total, as I was counting up, I counted there were about 27 unique individual meetings that happened, in addition to the 4 meetings that we held. In addition, one of the things that the team did is we went to a training, to a professional development, held at Hope International University, and it was really focusing around intervening for challenging behaviors. I know that 2 of our trustees were there, Hilda Sugarman and Ruthie Hanchett were both present as well. It was a great presentation to really help talk about our work, talk about what we're doing, and help focus some of what we were doing as well. So what are the types of student difficult behaviors that we focused in on? What sort of things are we seeing at the schools that we felt teachers and students needed support with? Some of the behaviors we focused on were loss of instructional time due to behavior, eloping, which for those of you not in the education world means students trying to leave the classroom or the school facility, defiance, students who either verbally or non-verbally indicate that they don't want to do what the rest of the students are doing, fight or flight reactions. And we've all seen this as we work with our own children or children in the community. Sometimes children, when they get under stress, they want to fight, and other times they want to flight or take off. So really working with that. Destruction of property, and then finally profanity. And now we're going to have a team testimony, and I'm going to have Anna go ahead and run the video for us. Hopefully the sound and everything will work.
Perspectives, gaining insight of what they Something that was impactful of being part of the behavior committee meeting was be able to hear and listen to everybody's perspectives, gaining insight of what they believe student needs were and are. Being the program specialist that oversees our behavior team, we're always striving on new ways to support our students and staff, and that really gave me a greater depth of understanding of where the staff is coming from, how the student needs are being displayed at the school sites, and how it's affecting not only the students but staff and families. And so I am looking forward to rolling out systems, to be able to support not just the student but staff's family as a whole child, dealing with students who have experienced trauma, have intellectual disabilities, learning disabilities, and a variety of other needs. And I am excited and look forward to rolling out this systemic process that will guide our staff and how to support our students moving forward.
I really enjoyed working on this behavior committee. It allowed us to brainstorm and collaborate ways to better solve our behavior issue district-wide. Something I'm really excited about is this behavior document, where it has a bunch of resources available for the entire team, as well as a way to track which resources we have tried, what strategies we've tried, and what the next steps are. That helps teachers and staff at school sites to know what to expect in the future and how long to work on an intervention, and if that intervention is not successful, what the next steps are.
The part I really appreciated with this process was that all voices were in the room, and were heard, and even through hard conversations, we were all intent on making this a good thing for all of our students. And I'm looking forward to seeing how it works and changing it up as needed.
The most significant thing for me of being in the behavior team, in the behavior group, was the collaboration we had with so many knowledgeable people, and the whole process of making it mainstream for you guys. And the most important thing is to remember, be curious, not furious. Sometimes behavior is the only communication you will get from a student. So our job is to take the time to learn the story behind the behavior in order to assist the students and help them.
The most significant part of the student behavior work group for me was that no matter what department the staff came from, our voices were heard. We were able to come up with a solution as a teamwork, and I am looking forward for the new plan to be put into place for next year to help teachers with guidance regarding students' behavior, their needs, and their form of communication.
The best part about working with our student behavior work group for me has been getting a chance to work with all of the different stakeholder groups. We've had teachers from different school sites, we've had classified instructional assistants, as well as district administrators and people from student support services. Having all of those people at the table and getting an opportunity to share the ways that we're able to help students has been what's best for me. I'm really excited that we've created a plan that will hopefully create a pathway that teachers and other classified staff will know how to move forward with helping our students who may have some behavioral challenges.
So I think we would all agree that behaviors can be challenging. And right now, I don't think anyone would be surprised if we said that behaviors are on the rise. I think as educators, we are in the business of serving and supporting our students. But oftentimes as educators, we don't have the proper training to be able to meet the needs of all of our students, especially when it comes to difficult behaviors. So working together on this student behavior work group was huge in my opinion, because it brought a lot of expertise into the room where we were able to share ideas and share resources that were now at our fingertips. And I think it's huge for us as a district to be able to have a commitment to procedures and language and different strategies to try when it comes to supporting our students, and that's consistent district-wide.
I think the most significant part of this behavioral work group that we had was being able to get all these different minds together. We had different levels of expertise in different fields, different staff members that had higher experience of educational levels, and be able to kind of get together and just collaborate. I've been within the behavioral field for 10 plus years, and to this day I'm still learning. So it's great to kind of get all these minds together and kind of work together on a single problem and kind of think of and use strategies that we might not use in the past. It might be something new. So I think that's probably one of the most significant part of the group to me. And then just looking forward to see all these different strategies kind of be implemented in the coming year and kind of help our students out and help them strive.
Well, the Behavior Action Plan is really a great plan to have in place because it really identifies the 3 profiles of students, whether it's a very minimal student with infractions to harmful intent infractions. I like the way the roundtables are swift, and communications for these children's behaviors will be noted from year to year. So a teacher receiving the child will be front-loaded with how the child reacts and how they respond to positive and negative praises and outcomes.
And as a side benefit, we also had everyone work on their ventriloquism skills. As you notice, their lips were moving differently than their voice, so it's hard to do that.
Well, you've heard some great team testimonies, and now we really want to bring it home with some tangibles. And we're going to talk to you just about 3 outcomes that our committee had. Now, how many of you know that in education, we love acronyms? Well, we're going to talk about three takeaways, and 2 of them are new acronyms, and they are exclusive to the Fullerton School District. So, Anna, if we could hop on over to, I could hop on over. Here we go. Here we go. Go back. All right. Okay, I can work a clicker sometimes. Okay, so our first one, committee outcome, is AIM. So that stands for Administrative Intervention Meeting, and it is a process similar to our School Board Attendance Review, or SARB, where targeted interventions are put into place for students exhibiting ongoing behavior concerns. So the action that this committee took is that AIM was currently a process in our district, again, exclusive to the Fullerton School District, for junior high students. As a result of this committee, the AIM process was extended to 4th through 6th grade students at school sites to handle at their schools, and then also at the district level. And in AIM, it is important for students to reflect on their own behaviors and to move forward in a positive manner, which is why we're looking at upper grade students through junior high. Our next outcome and a great acronym is the PTIP. And that's what you heard in many of the team testimonies. So they were talking about that process document. So that process document is called the Profiles for Tiered Intervention Process. There will be a quiz at the end, so you can just remember that it's called PTIP, the Profiles for Tiered Intervention Process. And it identifies actions to be taken based on the types of behaviors a student is exhibiting in the areas of engagement, the potential to cause harm, and harming with intent. So those are the 3 different profiles. And then the action is school teams will follow this process, which provides clear action steps and a variety of readily available resources. The PTIP puts all of those resources together in one spot and demonstrates a continuum of interventions. And then our third outcome is, of course, support for our teachers. So teachers need additional tools and training to address the changing climate of student behavior needs, especially post-pandemic. So teachers are best supported in a climate that recognizes the challenges that they face and makes a variety of tools and resources available to ensure teacher success. So the action is behavior strategies are developed at each PTIP level, which you heard a little bit about in the video, with quick links and descriptions. So it's really one-stop shopping. Everything is in one place, and further resources are provided for teacher training, such as the Safe Spaces Trauma-Informed Practices and the NCI Nonviolent Crisis Intervention. And when teachers are successful, our students are successful. So that's just 3's magic number. So those are just 3 things to share with you for outcomes for our committee. And we just thank everybody who participated in this committee. We thank you to our Board of Trustees and our cabinet for this time. And we welcome any questions that you might want to share or comments.
So I was taking notes so I didn't fail. So I have all my notes here. So you can quiz me if you want, if you'd like.
Okay.
But yeah, trustees, we have questions,
I'd
comments?
like to start off by saying this is especially happy making to me because the beginning of this year we were told about accelerated problems in classrooms and on buses and other areas on the playground. So this program, not just for teachers, but also for our classified employees. And the board said, we'd like you to do something to our superintendent, and that he jumped on that and turned it over to you all, and that we're seeing results within the same year as we heard that we needed to do something. And I want to thank your leadership, and everybody who participated. But it started with you sharing with us the problems so we could address them. And that's so important, not just sitting on things, to share. So thank you very much. And I really hope that this isn't just pie in the sky, that it will really work and make teachers and classified employees who deal with children feel much more supported and secure in what they're doing. And I especially like the higher level aim. I think that's powerful. So thank you all for this. Thank you.
I completely agree, Hilda. Thank you for saying that. And I think that's what we heard from our teachers and our staff. We needed support. And so I really appreciate that this was such a collaborative effort and obviously was needed. And I love what you said about successful teachers and teachers' aides, because we know they're the shadows of our kids, right? That when they're successful, our kids are successful. So I really appreciate that. My only question was wondering about who takes responsibility for the professional development and the tools, as we're especially looking at the LCAP budget later tonight and next month, thinking about, is that an individual site issue that principals need to be budgeting for? Is that something our district's going to support? Is it shared? How are we going to make sure that this is implemented?
Well, some of the trainings that we have embedded within our PTIP, for example, the Safe Spaces training, the trauma-informed training, is through the Surgeon General. So it's self-paced. It's a completely free program. So we try to look for resources that our teachers are busy and they need things that can work on their schedule and their time when they have it available. So we tried to look for resources like that to help bolster around the professional development opportunities that we're already having.
Will some of that be incentivized? I mean, is there a way to encourage teachers other than they desperately want it, but are we?
Well, we're also, we'll be doing
that?
a teacher conference in August, and part of that teacher conference as well will be trauma-informed practices, will be behavioral strategies. We have our own in-house resident experts in the areas of SEL, between Amy Lees and Rosanna Fonseca. We also have a complete behavior team. You saw Frances Ruiz, and Frances Ruiz has a small army under her of individuals who are really trained in working with students with behaviors, and all of those folks will be part of our summer PD, Summer Teacher Institute, and the incentive will be that teachers will be paid to attend those summer PDs and that summer Teacher Training Institute.
And coming up August 5th and 6th, 2024.
And just to add into, we were able to reach out to Orangewood, and while we haven't finalized the MOU with them, they will also be providing trauma-informed professional development and services, and that would be paid through the district office. So more to come. That one, we've just begun we went out there, we got to meet with Christy, their director, and we're in the process of sending what that service is and cost to.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you again thank you for all of your help and all of your work on this as a team, coming together. Again, we see a lot of presentations, a lot of issues come to us, and we have these and we come up with these plans, and then you don't know if it's really going to work or not. So I applaud you guys all for coming together and making efforts to really roll this out. How are we going to roll it out to the staff? Through the August 5th and August 6th? Is that when everyone will learn about it?
That will be some of the rollout, but because all staff won't participate, we'll actually be rolling it out to all staff at the beginning of the school year at their welcome back staff meetings. So it will be a district-wide rollout, all schools, all staff, and at their welcome back.
Also, what, November 1, which is our...
Well, yes, November 1, we'll do some reinforcement from what we're seeing from the data, but really we want to roll it out beginning of the school year, right before school starts, so that all teachers know how to access it, all staff knows how to access it, and what it means.
And is this something commonly known through our district, that we're working on this and that there's a plan and that there's hopefully some light at the end of the tunnel?
It's been talked about a lot at the MBTA meetings.
Okay, all right, good. Right, well, right. I mean, because it seems like it's an issue. You go to every school, and the one thing that does come up is our behaviors, and and hearing parents and hearing everything that's going on. So it is something that I think really we need to focus on and make sure they know that this is something you guys are working on.
And just so you know, through talking about it at some meetings, not sharing the whole thing, but just discussing it, CTA is very much interested and wanted us to present it at Summer Institute.
There you go. They're going to start using our AIM and P-TIP and...
P-TIP. We wanted to do Forerunner.
Right.
It's gotten a lot of attention.
Okay.
Is that surprising for Fullerton School District that we're innovative in that sense?
I think that everyone across the state, across the nation is looking for, they're looking for that solution. They're looking for that one thing that's going to work, but it's not going to be that one thing that works. It's going to be a lot of things together that are going to be able to work, and it's going to take time. It took time to get here. It's going to take time to get out of here. So I think it's great. Orangewood does a great training, so I think that's awesome. Who, logistically, who's part of the AIM team? So at the administrative intervention meeting, so you said in junior highs right now, students are part of that team as well?
So it would be the student that we're having the meeting about, the student's parent or guardian or parents or guardians. It's typically the principal of the school. It's myself, Amy Soto-Longo, and then usually we have somebody from our counseling team as well.
Okay. All right. I think they should get a certificate. Right? Incentive, I mean, we don't have a lot of money, but maybe a certificate. We could do a cupcake and a certificate.
I like it.
When they finish their training, at least to have something to say that they've accomplished that. 'Cause I think it's going to be big. It's going to be huge. I think the knowledge that they're going to gain is going to be helpful. So, thank you. That's all I have.
Yeah, I think for me, what I really kind of learned and heard a little bit about was the multifaceted aspect and different approaches and angles, different resources, different trainings. And I think I did hear, right, that maybe some outdated training or not up to date, but I think when it comes to behavior, I think it's always ever changing. It's not like, oh, well, this worked this year, and then next year, wait, that's not working anymore. Like, it's always changing. So I love that, like, this approach kind of takes that angle of like a multifaceted component with having, again, like the 3 outcomes on that. So I think, again, really good job, and again, connecting to the resources that we already currently have, because I think our staff knows best, right, what we need here at Fullerton School District, so not outsider consultants to kind of share, right, nationally what's going on, but I think having it in-house is always kind of key to me. So, yeah, amazing job. Thank you for sharing. Yeah,
Can I
let's
just have everyone give our committee one more round of applause.
Yes,
This really was
one more.
a committee work, and I want to make sure they're recognized.
Can I do one introduction, and then we take a break? You might even be able to take a chance to meet her as well. We are very excited and happy to announce our new principal, Melanie Carmona, who's coming to us to VP. She is an experienced principal with 7 years of principalship. In addition to that, instructional leadership coaching, another 7 years in that. And I want to highlight one of the things that came through in her interview was she is somebody that is about community building, which aligns very much with the values here in Fullerton. I am going to have her stand up, and I'm going to have, how about a big round of applause.
So you can get called out, yes.
Okay, Mel, you're not off the hook that easily. If you could say a few words.
There's a mic right behind, or we
Yeah, you can't do without a mic.
Yeah, because if not, they can't hear you. We live
People
stream.
out here are listening.
Yeah, and we got
to
translators.
our millions of watchers. Thank
Yes.
you for being here. Hi,
No
I'm
pressure.
Melanie. Nice to quasi meet you all. I hope to get to know everybody so much better than just looking at you in a room and not really knowing what your name is. This is really exciting for me. Fullerton is definitely a destination. I've heard about the love and the support and just that sense of family, and that's what I'm looking for, and I'm really excited to find that here. So thank you for welcoming me into that family. It's very exciting, and I'm excited to get to work. It's going to take a little bit, but we'll get there. Yeah, thank you.
So we're going to take a 5-minute break, and let's be back at 7:30. All right, we're going to bring it back. We're going to get this meeting going again. And Robin brought us candy. I'm already a victim of the candy bag, sorry.
Jason, I'm your best friend.
So,
Please.
So we're going to go into information from the Board of Trustees, and I'll start from my left to right. Trustee Hanchett? No. Oh, yeah. He did his. That was. Or do you have more? One more? Yeah.
Sure.
No worries.
One shout out to Jeremy Davis. Yes. He has worked for 2 years. He and his team started with an idea. Started with Pablo Diaz's idea to try to help our families, and we have families that literally live in cars and don't have housing. And while we work with our partners like Pathways to Hope, sometimes we can't find them housing. And so Pablo said, what if we built by students tiny homes where our children and their families could live until they found permanent housing. And the first tiny home was built. We had a ribbon cutting. We have a place at across the street from Orangethorpe on a pad, created, supported by Scott Schlops and his team to help make all of that happen. And I'm happy to say we will have our first family in there at the start of this next year because of Jeremy Davis and his leadership and his team and the support of all the other teams in our district to make it happen. So I just wanted to take one moment to acknowledge.
No, thank you so much. And I'm actually going to start from my far left. And Aruni doesn't know this because he's to our really far left. He's here virtually, so if you haven't noticed, maybe he wanted to sneak by to get.
Thank you, Trustee Talavera. I really wish I could be there in person today, but I'm very grateful really for at-home COVID tests. I'm really grateful for healthcare that allowed me to speak to my doctor and get medication for COVID. I'm really happy that we have technology in our district that allows me to attend the meeting in this way. And so in addition to being just very grateful that I am still able to participate, I have to say it's mixed and tinged with a little bit of sadness that I missed out on FSD Fest this past weekend because I was feeling a little under the weather. I didn't want to get anybody else sick. Confirmed on Sunday, and then to miss today's ribbon cutting for our tiny home. To watch everything from afar, though, I am reminded about how many amazing things are happening at any given moment in our district. And really thank you to all of our staff for nearly winding out another successful year here in our district. So I am here, I'm listening, I'm there in spirit, but thank you to my colleagues for just holding down the fort and wishing me well. And I'll be back with everybody in person as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Tagore. Trustee Hatchett?
Yeah, it is a busy month, a lot. Just today with the tiny home and the community center ribbon cutting, it was really such a proud moment. And I loved how so many speakers reiterated that this was really about our kids inspiring our whole community to come together to solve, or at least attempt to work on the challenge of homelessness. That was really beautiful. And FSD Fest was so fun this last weekend. Seeing the individual strengths of our kids, their passions, their films that they made that were hilarious, the school's individual strengths that they showed off. I loved seeing kids crocheting for clean water in the Sudan. I mean, such creative ideas and recycling projects at schools, just so many amazing things that our kids are doing. And I felt like this year was the perfect amount of organized chaos. It felt like everything ran really well thanks to our staff working really hard. It was really a fun way to spend the Saturday. This last month I got to visit Parks Junior High to get to know that amazing community and the work that's going on there, as well as find out a little bit more about how a sports program would work there. I got to visit Sunset Lane and see a super sweet family, a community there. I asked kids what they like about school, and they told me teachers, friends, playing, and Papa John's pizza, which is pretty universal when I visit schools. It's often that, yeah, those are the top things.
I think Papa John's is number one.
Yeah, sometimes. I got to visit a really cool event where Rosary Academy hosted our kids in special day classes, and I really love seeing everything from face painting to therapy dogs were really popular, but the partnership between high school students and our kids was really beautiful. And of course, celebrating all of our teachers. My two daughters, kindergarten teacher Maestra Mojica, to be honored as the Teacher of the Year. We have fabulous staff. And I was also able to go to the collaborative meeting this last month where one of the speakers was from First Five with Orange County, and they shared on the annual Conditions of Children in Orange County report that's just been released. So I highly recommend to my trustees, if you haven't received a copy, it's available online, and it's really important markers of health and well-being for our kids in the community, and some of them are surprising, and it narrows down to specifically Fullerton and what's going on with our kids, especially under 5, but what we need to be addressing as a community to make sure our kids are thriving. And so speaking of, some hard stuff, tonight we're going to have an opportunity to talk about what it looks like to raise the standards for child protection for all of our kids, and especially when we partner with organizations through FSD. And, I'm not one to use euphemisms or dance around when we talk about the issues of child sexual abuse. So I think it's best for us to remove the shame and talk about these issues openly so we can address both the harm that they cause as well as what the work we need to do, the responsibilities we have as adults to address it. So, any organization that works with kids that's child serving, there is inherent risk. And adults, unfortunately, take advantage of that opportunity and the risk that is there. But sadly, we know that we have to be especially vigilant when it comes to youth sports, because that's an area where we have seen many high-profile cases of exploitation, abuse, even psychological manipulation of kids. So I'm really, these issues have been weighing very heavily on my heart these last 2 months. We've had a lot of conversation, I know, between staff and members and teams and the community. And I think that I'm excited that our organization is pushing to make it better so that we are better and that the organizations we partner with are better in the ways that we protect children. I think there's an opportunity for us that it's not only groups that we might partner with sports, groups that we partner with for after school, for summer programs, all of our staff and the adults that we work with, who we consider our partners, are upholding the highest standards for kids and their protection. I've worked in this area for 20 years as a child protection advocate and expert and professionally, and I ran on, as a trustee saying I wanted to treat all kids like my own and protect them and care for them like my own. And so I just hope that as we have these conversations, I want you to know tonight, my board members and my community, that this is what I think I am working, and I trust we are all working for what we believe is best for all kids, and to raise that level of protection and care that all kids deserve.
So
let's get to it.
Trustee Sugarman.
Good evening. Hi, everybody. Thank you for staying with us here and those at home. What a great night. First, I want to congratulate all the winners tonight. Wow. And as I saw them, what I really loved was the numbers increase in speech and debate of winners. The artwork in Wonders of Water gets better and better every year. Each area that we gave people awards in is better than it was in the past. Our classified, certificated, preschool, teacher staff, it's all up 3 notches from where it was maybe 5 years ago. And I'm just so proud of them. I'm so proud that we have all these children to honor. Many places do not. I do have a sad thing tonight to say goodbye to Anthony Abney. He's been a fabulous principal in our school district. We appreciate him so much, and I know that the Maple community has found him a gem and a star and a hero for enhancing the education of their students, not just academically, but with exposure to all sorts of things they would not have had if Anthony wasn't there, if he didn't get the truck for the vision screening, if he didn't bring the van in for Wonders of Water, if he didn't do field trips for all of his students. And I mean, he's just done so much for that community. And Anthony, I really do wish you a wonderful, wonderful experience for the rest of your teaching time. You're just, I know that the desert is lucky to get you. And last, but absolutely not least, do you have my pictures? Can we get them? Maybe? Everybody cross your fingers. Oh, here they come. I was at Golden Hill School a couple weeks ago. Some children read a story about monsters. And then they wrote about it. Then they created their monsters on that flat piece of paper. One of the second grade, this is second grade, one of the second grade teachers sent the 3 second grade classes worth of pictures to a high school in Ontario, Montclair, where she knew someone who was just starting her teaching career and was starting in ceramics. And she gave these pictures to those students, and look what those students created from flat pictures. Wonderful monsters. The students from Golden Hill, our arts-based elementary school, went over on buses to Ontario, went in the high school ceramics class, found their newly created monster in 3D, and look at that. Is that crazy? From that flat thing to that. And met the person who did it. They then came back to Golden Hill, and at Golden Hill, they put in AI, a descriptor of their monster. And AI then created a paragraph and a picture of their monster from AI. What an unbelievable experience from reading one story, right? What great teaching. Thank you, second grade. You may say, well, is that the only thing you saw this year you liked? No, not at all. But this was so unique. And we do have an arts junior high, and there are high schools around here. And I just thought that this was one type of replicable experience that could happen in our district. And that's why I wanted to put it out there for us and for those online and for anyone else who was interested. And I was excited that it was also shown at the festival this weekend. Speaking of the festival, it was an honor for Fullerton Education Foundation to help support that festival financially. But it was such an honor today at the ribbon cutting to be a part of the tiny house. And today at the ribbon cutting, Jeremy Davis thanked so many participants who helped. But there was a limited number of people at that event. So if you don't mind, I'd like to take a moment, because we cannot honor enough those people who gave money and time to support our students and to support a family who will eventually get that house. So here goes. There were 2 classes at Parks. There were 2 classes at Nicholas. Parks had 4 young ladies who were interested in aligning public policy with our project, and they went and spoke at the city council. We had teachers, especially Mucio Vidalis. Oh my God, the time and energy he gave. Shannon Gladsby, Christiana Chung, Pathfinder leader Jesus Silva. The administration gave such flexibility. The Phelps Foundation gave such money. The board, the cabinet, administration at both Parks and at Nicholas for their flexibility of student scheduling, IIS and the Innovation Department, especially the person who thought of this program, Pablo Diaz, man with a plan. M&O, Eddie and Scott, OMG. They worked weekends. They learned all sorts of skills, hands-on, that Scott, I don't know if you always knew. Anyway, New Dimensions does a lot of work at our schools, but volunteered to put the roof on and other things to mentor our students over at Nicholas. Home Depot gave deep discounts so that we could purchase the appliances we needed in that little home. Windor, they gave us drapery and bedding. Pat Craft Flooring and Mike's Custom Flooring, one donated and one installed the flooring. Lisa Wozop, oh, that was AWC commercial window coverings and linens. Idea Hall logo. CBE televisions and mounts were put in. Custom Comfort Mattress gave custom mattresses, 3 for all the possible places students and adults could sleep. Orange County Department of Ed, grant for interior decorating, linens, and some of the furniture. Ganal Lumber gave us huge discounts at the very beginning so we could start the project. Senator Josh Newman came and spoke with our students, as did Mayor Nick Dunlap, and Nick has made promises for the future. Supervisor Doug Chafee for the grant for the cement to put the house on over at Orangethorpe. Anna White and her amazing designs online. That's the structural design that we used to create the little house, the tiny house. Orange County United, and in the future, Pathways of Hope that will give support to our family, our homeless family, who moves in there, and to try to help move them forward. So to all these people, a very heartfelt thank you, and we can't publicize their names enough in gratitude. Our goal is, right now, all the funds that are used in cash for that program come through the Fullerton Education Foundation. We hope in the future the foundation won't have to collect anything, that our community will come forward and donate everything we need for free. And we already had somebody who came forward today and said, we'll do the roof next year. Don't worry about it. And what more can we ask? But a wonderful community, fabulous teachers and staff and leaders and administrators and this board. What a beautiful world. What a beautiful world. So thank everybody.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Trustee?
Sure, yeah. All right, my turn. Well, I don't have to repeat anything that you guys said, so I ditto that. It's been a great day, wonderful presentations this evening. What I wanted to share today was another project. Again, you know, looking at our students and looking at what happens out there, and I think, Dr. Bob, you said it earlier with our Superintendent Advisory Committee, is we look at children today, and you hear all these stories about those kids, you know, and I have hope, because the children that we see, the students that we see, the children that are engaged are really way more advanced, way more worldly, way more empathetic than ever before. And so to highlight that, I wanted to present to my board tonight because I think this is just a great project, one of many projects. But I was able to work with a group of sixth graders at Sunset Lane. As the Crittenton Community Engagement Director, I serve children and families, and so they knew that, you know, Crittenton is there. Crittenton's been around for over 100 years, and I just so happened to be that person. Not quite sure that Mona knew that I was the person that she would be reaching out to, but it's always nice because I surprise people. So I wanted to read a little bit about this project, and then I'm pulling a Hilda on you tonight, and I have a video. So, Mona Chung is currently a teacher at Sunset Lane, serving our district for 16 years. She had a big dream moment a few years ago and sent a project letter to the right person at Vans. This year, she headed a project with all of her sixth graders at Sunset Lane. She incorporated connections through philanthropic ideas to build a culture of empathy. This year she was able to get van shoe codes for 120 sixth grade students, meaning vans underwrote, I believe, 120 pairs of shoes, right? So with this, she taught and had discussions around empathy and the notion of walking a mile in someone else's shoes. In her rotations with her sixth grade classes, the students designed a print for their shoes reflecting their life stories and had them printed on the van's shoes. Furthermore, the students included their stories and words of encouragement to go with their custom vans. They contacted me at Crittenton because then they wanted to not keep their shoes, but give their shoes to others, give their shoes to students, to children who didn't have their own. And in my world of Crittenton, we serve children and families that never would ever be able to purchase a pair of Vans sneakers on their own, right? They're no longer $20 for a pair of Vans, right? These are very expensive. So instead of keeping them, they decided to donate them out. The group voted to keep some shoes, like I think 10 students from each class were able to keep their shoes. They had a lottery and they kept their shoes. And even those students decided not to keep their shoes, but they also wanted to donate out their shoes. So I want to recognize the students and the staff for their openness, their willingness to share their life stories, and learning the reward of paying it forward to cultivate a community based on empathy. I hope this van empathy, okay, so what I'm going to do is I have a video. So Anna's going to show the video, and then I want to share a little bit about the shoes that I have.
Empathy is the ability to understand someone's experiences and feelings. It's important to us because when you have empathy, you understand someone and you can help them if they are in need. To have empathy, you need to know what people's experiences are and how they feel about them. When you know how a person feels about their experiences, it makes them feel understood and listened to. There is a phrase called walking a mile in someone else's shoes. That means before judging someone, you have to experience their challenges and hardships, or at least try. Through this project, we can do this literally and figuratively.
Paying it forward is to do something nice for another by responding to someone else's kindness. Vans sent us 120 codes for our 6th grade classes. We wanted to create this project and then pay it up forward to help somebody else in need. Since Van was so generous to make this project happen.
First, we brainstormed big events in our lives, things that made us happy or sad, our strengths and more. Then we wrote our story share. From our stories, we were inspired by specific colors, art, and design that would eventually be created on our shoes. Next, we learned about design, contrasting colors, and repetition to create something that would look really cool on shoes. Lastly, we uploaded our design and ordered them.
It was so neat to unbox our shoes together and see our stories represented on the shoes. We nominated 10 students from each class to keep their very own pair based on the depth and openness of their story and the design they created. We've got a chance to read everyone's in class and learn so much about each other on a deeper level.
The reason we made the shoes was to open up about our own life stories and foster the idea that empathy comes with openness and the ability to listen. We felt so good about donating shoes to others who might not be as fortunate as us and share our life stories with them in hopes that they can relate to someone else as well.
We want to continue to spread kindness and show empathy to make this world a better place.
I can't tell you how touched that made me, right? So when we look at our students and we look at the things that they do, and when we talk about empathy and we talk about walking in someone's shoes, for me, it has been an amazing, amazing project. And so what I wanted to do is share with the rest of my board and to everybody that's here some of the shoes. And I'm not going to read all the stories, but again, each one of the bags came with a pair of shoes and a story. And so these stories are meant to go to the children that are going to get these shoes. What I hope to do is also to take some pictures of some feet and then bring that back to our students so that they can then see full circle of what they've done, right? And just the impact. From building tiny houses to designing shoes, I think our district has children that are empathetic. We have families that are always looking to help others, and I think that's just what we're made of. So this one person, I'm not going to do names, but I just wanted to read a couple of the things as this person. So each one wrote a story, and this one is: the official Oxford definition of empathy is the ability to understand and share feelings of another, basically to relate to someone's story and acknowledge their life. And by their life, I mean their accomplishments, their hardships, their success, their failures. In 1895, Mary T. Lathrop published a poem with the line, "Before you judge a man, walk a mile in his shoes." I hope that my shoes deliver a story that you can appreciate and acknowledge as my life. And he goes on to talk about she goes on to talk about what each one of these things, what this bear meant to her. And just, she ends it by, "I hope that you receive this short message with the thought of appreciating and acknowledging my story for what it is. A tale of my hardships, accomplishments, failures, and a success. I guarantee everything will get better in time, and I promise a happily ever after will come." Nice. That's this one pair of shoes. I have to do it, you guys. I'm so sorry. Look at this one. Empathy means understanding and relating to how someone else feels. To me, the saying "walk in a mile in someone else's shoes" means trying to live in someone's life before you judge them. Even though someone seems to have a perfect life, they probably don't, so you shouldn't. A rose symbolizes my life because even though it has thorns, it's still kind of great. If you're not careful, you could prick yourself, kind of like my personality. I think that I'm kind of nice a lot of the times, but when you poke me the wrong part, you get pricked. Goes on a little bit more and says, "I feel like everyone's life is a rose, pretty and great a lot of the time, but you could get pricked by the downsides of living. That may be a big deal at the time, but if you try more, you can overcome it." Nice. That's that one. I could have brought them all, but I didn't. I just had to pick a few. Could you see me with all the shoes just looking? This pair of shoes right here. And this will be my last 9. Again, empathy is something that we should all have or do. And they talk about what it means. It means that you can connect with them, be there for them. And if you have empathy, it means you care that the person and want to understand their situation. To me, this saying, "walking a mile in someone else's shoes," means that you'll be there for them despite of their situation. Not only understand them, but you also want to understand them. Right? In the making of these shoes, I learned more about walking a mile in someone else's shoes, and I will now have empathy towards others and try and understand their situation because it's different than mine. So from that, I wanted to share with everyone here that we have great, great programs. We have great Mona Chungs. We have great people that inspire their children to be the best that they can be and to look at each other and to accept one another. Right? And I think we should all take lessons from a lot of our students and a lot of our kids. So on that note, I wanted to share this with you this evening.
Oh, Bev, that's fabulous. And you didn't give any Kleenex.
I know. I've already cried enough.
Right?
Oh my God. Beautiful.
What do I say?
Do
No.
you have a movie?
I know. So I also went to Sunset Lane for their open house. Again, attended tons of different open houses. I think I'll just kind of piggyback a little bit on this. When I saw these shoes and the stories, how they were displayed that night, it just amazed me big van shoe guy right here. Not right now because it's a board meeting, but yeah, seeing this project kind of come to fruition, and then again, teacher connecting with Trustee Berryman on this was just like, yes, that's like the perfect kind of way. Yeah, I don't think she knew. Yeah, but just knowing again, connecting with Clinton again, another great community partner resource in the community for us. But same thing kind of with Clay Lab to be able to provide that opportunity for creativeness. Again, you touched on even the shoe design. I mean, that's again something that kids can aspire to do in the near future, because I would have bought like half those shoes in that room were like
away from a lot of people from work.
Yes, I mean, I would have paid probably double, triple retail for some of those designs because they were super amazing. And then again, with the stories that they were attached to. But again, same thing with Clay Lab. A lot of students in classes, showing their creativeness and ways that they can express themselves through the Clay Lab, which is super amazing that they're participating in that. Passion projects going on. Orca Fest. I went to Orca Fest on Earth Day. This past month, I do gotta give a shout out to Pacific Drive and my son's 4th grade hockey team. They came in fourth out of around 30 schools at the scores tournament, which was super amazing to see. Pac Drive unfortunately have to knock out some of our FSD schools, but it is what it is. Again, attending Maple's 100th anniversary this past month as well too. Again, also a big shout out to Principal Abney over there, which he has done an amazing job with that school and that community to kind of really bring them together. Just an amazing feat. So again, also at this meeting, I would love to thank him for his time with us here at FSD, and I wish him nothing but the best in his future ventures. Excellenza, again, when we talk about arts here at our school district, I think we do it best than anyone. And again, when we do something, we don't just do it to say, hey, let's just kind of try it and give these kids some opportunities. I think we go full force, and we do. Again, I can't say it enough. We're just super innovative in that way that, we have the staff and the talent here in-house to be able to do things like that. And again, getting the support of everyone at the district, parents and families, to see that place just full. I mean, it's like, where else can we host it? Maybe not. I mean, we got to save money right there, right? I mean, don't want to say anything. But again, that place was packed. Again, seeing just the art and just everyone just enjoying themselves, like super amazing to see. And then we talked about the tiny home. This project was super near and dear to my heart, working for Habitat for Humanity for so many years in the past. To see our school district take this on, and again, not just take it on in a way to like, yeah, let's just see, and maybe we can it could be like Lego pieces, and we can build it and then bring it back down, and no, we're gonna build something for someone to live in. This is gonna, this building, I don't know if you guys kind of get the scope of this. It's so hard to be able to build housing right now that's affordable, right? And that it's gonna impact multiple families throughout many, many years to come. It's not like we're not selling a home. Right? It's transitional. It's going to have a huge impact when we talk about, housing, especially here in California. So just a huge shout out again, Jeremy and your team, Pablo, for coming up with the idea, Scott, your staff and team. We can't thank you guys enough, to be honest. Just seeing it come to life. And I wanted to stay away from the project. I wanted to see it again, from just the trailer to the finished product, because in the past I've gone into where families are working on their own homes, doing the sweat equity, and it's a hand up, not a hand out. And I think we're doing the same thing here. To be honest, it's going to be something transitional. It's not they're not going to be living in this for for a very long time. But again, just that social impact and how we tie it to education with our students. So just a huge shout out for everyone there. And again, so thank you all for that. We'll go into information from our associations. DLAC, do we have a report from DLAC? Yes.
Got to move this down a little bit. There you go. Good evening, President Talavera, school board members, executive cabinet. Superintendent Dr. Pletka, and all families present and listening. We hope everyone had a good week. Today, I attended the very last meeting of the school year at Ladera Vista to show parental support and to encourage them to participate. It was actually a great meeting. I also attended FSD last weekend, and on Friday, I have to say, the spotlight speakers were so amazing at sharing their passion and what they love to do. I was definitely inspired by their talent, incredible talent. I mean, I'm just at awe right now with the shoes, I can't even focus on my speech. It's just, we have so many talented children in our district. I don't know if I can say this, but it's ridiculous. I love it. On Saturday, I loved experiencing our school district come together with pride as students shared about what makes their school special. Wish you could have all been there. It was an amazing experience, to say the least. Our parent-family engagement training classes ended on May 6th with the 10 Educational Essentials program at Nicholas. These trainings provided tools and resources that continue to empower and support parents to navigate the school system. So in return, they can help their children reach their full academic support. These classes are so important to our ELAC parents. I am so happy that our community schools are able to help us do that. As a DLAC committee, we are appreciative of the entire district and the educational services team for their continued support to the English learner students, their parents, and the community. The parents of our English learners are glad that students will have extended learning opportunities through the El Jumpstart program that's going to be starting this June. And so we're excited for all the students, including my daughter, who is going to be participating in this program. So, yay, go students. I know it's summer. They don't want to be going to school. My daughter said, no, I don't want to do it. And I said, you're doing it. So thank you. And as we end the school year, we want to acknowledge the hard work our district leaders, principals, teachers, and staff, in addition to a very, very big thank you to the most supportive and helpful team. ¿Dónde está? Oh, acá está atrás. Dr. Erlinda Soltero Ruiz, Ruth Gayer, who's not here, Alma Mata, and we want to welcome Ms. Shayla Herbert as the new community liaison supporting DLAC, English learners and parent engagement. Sheila, I know you're translating. Hola, muchas gracias. Muchas gracias por todo. DLAC is a success because of your hard work, dedication, and commitment to the English learners and families. So thank you very much. Thank you, Fullerton School District, for your continued support in meeting our children's needs. I hope everybody has a great end of the school year and is planning a fun summer. So thank you. Again, I don't think I introduced myself. My name is Vanessa, your DLAC president. Gracias.
Thank you so much. PTA, do you have a report?
PTA does not have a report tonight, President Talavera.
Report from PTA. I thought I saw her as well too. CSEA.
Good evening, Dr. Pletka, President Talavera, members of the board and cabinet. I'm Sherry Williamson, speaking on behalf of CSEA. Tonight, Chapter 130 would like to thank Brooke Webb for her service as Chapter 130's site rep coordinator. Brooke was recently promoted to be the IT support supervisor, so will no longer be a member of our executive board. She will be missed, but we know she will continue to champion classified employees in her management role. On Friday, Chapter 130 is holding our year-end celebration. We will be honoring the classified employees of the year, Alicia and Crystal, who everybody met earlier, as well as their fellow nominees from throughout the district, our years of service milestone employees, and our retirees. Finally, this week, as Dr. Hammett mentioned, is Classified School Employees Week, or CSEW. For those of you who don't know, CSEW first came to be in a 1969 proclamation from then Governor Ronald Reagan. In 1986, California Senate Bill 1552 establish the third week of each May as Classified School Employees Week in order to recognize the vital contributions of classified employees. This year's Classified School Employees Week is themed Empowering Generations, recognizing, get this, the astounding 6 generations of active CSEA members throughout the state of California. 6 generations, it's crazy. This year's classified, I already said that, sorry. Thank you to all of the classified employees at FSD. We see you and we recognize your hard work, your dedication, and your care for the students, staff, and the Fullerton community. To quote CSEA President Adam Weinberger, "We are the trustworthy and resilient heart of California's education system that keeps our schools running every single day." Thank you.
Thank you so much. Fida.
Good evening. Hello, President Talavera, board members, Dr. Pletka, cabinet, FETA members, and guests. A lot of you I was with all day today. We started with the governor's budget, met with Dr. Brown and Dr. Hammond about next year, community schools, and now here. So I'm looking for my office, just saying.
Or your home.
And my home, yeah. And as Dr. Hammond said, bring your sleeping bag. So it's in my car. In case anyone is wondering, there are 7 student days left. Every teacher in May knows the exact count. We had a great time celebrating at our end of the year dinner. Many thanks to Shelley Behrens and Nina Moda for the spectacular decorations and hard work. Congratulations to our Years of Service recipients, both classified and certificated, Teachers of the Year, District Teachers, and Employees of the Year, and especially a huge shout out for our first District Preschool Teacher of the Year, Alicia David. To add to our celebrations, I would like to honor those FETA members who received a CTA WHO Award this year. WHO stands for We Honor Ours. This year we had 3 winners, Andy Montoya, Jessel Contreras, and Renette Merhue. We are pleased with the new behavior profiles of tiered intervention document. This committee worked hard together. We had some very spicy conversations in order to meet the needs of all of our students. We look forward to seeing it in action in the upcoming 24-25 school year, and we are also aware that it is a work in progress and look forward to feedback. I, along with many of you, attended the informational meeting regarding the Performance Academy sports program on May 1st. As this is discussed and voted on tonight, it is important that FETA's position is heard. Although this is a great opportunity in so many ways, it is an opportunity for some and not for all of our students. We are concerned with the equity for talented low-income athletes that are not able to afford this program. We have heard that there may be some scholarships available. We would like to encourage that these scholarships be given to those students who need the financial support in order to participate in the program. We also have concerns with a private company having school access during school hours. We ask that our PE classes always have priority to their fields during school time. Thank you.
Thank you. Phasma.
By the way, Mike McAdams didn't just win Administrator of the Year because of the country music. That wasn't the only reason.
Could be the country music on there, possibly.
I had a feeling it was a tipping point.
It sounds like a country song. Hello, President Talavera, board members, Dr. Bob Pletka, cabinet members, Mike McAdam, Director of Purchasing, Contracts, Warehouse, and Reprographics, and FSMA Board President. On behalf of FSMA, thank you to all the Fullerton School District staff in making this year amazing, reflecting on the incredible things FSD has accomplished and truly seeing our students thrive. STEM Nation FSD Fest was a huge success. We witnessed many of our amazing students showcasing their passion and drive, and we also saw numerous families and community members feeling proud of that. Additionally, the open houses throughout the district highlighting all the great things being taught at our school sites. Big shout out again, Tiny House Project, which had its ribbon cutting this morning. And this is just another example of the creative problem solving innovation our district has, not only for our students, but for our community. Enjoy the summer. Excited to fire off the 24-25 school year. Let's go. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all those updates. We're going to move into our public comments. So the Fulton School District meeting adheres to decorum of rules outlined in board bylaw 9323. Please submit a public comment request slip, which you can find towards the back left of the room down over here. So individuals will be given 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda item or non-agenda item. Public input on each of these items will be capped at 20 minutes, and the total public comment time limit to 30 minutes. Comments on agenda items will be heard at the time of the item being discussed, while comments on non-agenda items will be heard during public comment section of this agenda. No action should be discussed is allowed on non-agenda items unless permitted by law, which will be referred to the superintendent for handling. All right, so with that, do we have any public comments? And I believe we don't have any public comments on non-agenda items. We do have 2 that are agenda items. So we'll move from there, and we will approve the minutes from our April 16th meeting. Do I have a motion to approve those minutes?
I move to approve the meeting minutes from April 16th.
April 16th. Do we have a second?
I second.
Second. Everybody in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Awesome. Thank you. He is there. He is listening. That was a test for him. That was his first test to see if he passed. So 5-0. Awesome. So now we have a motion to approve the agenda.
I have a motion to, I'm asking that we move item 11A, which is the lcap presentation, to right after the consent agenda. So bringing it before discussion action item number 9.
Okay, perfect.
Just to allow our lcap committee to make the presentation prior to the rest of it.
Perfect. And I believe we have some parents also here to be able to do that, so we want to get them and not make their night any longer. So do I have a motion to approve that?
I second it.
Okay, we have a second. Everybody in favor to be able to move that?
Aye.
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 There it is.
I have another proposal for the agenda. I would like to ask that we divide up the discussion when we vote on the Performance Academy to discuss the merits of a 6th grade inclusion versus a 7th and 8th grade only. I'd like to be able to discuss and vote on those as separate issues if possible. That was something we discussed last board meeting, at the possibility of just 7th and 8th versus 6th included, and I'd like to have that ability to vote on those as separate items.
On as separate items.
Yeah, so that's
item number
9A.
9A. Oh.
Yeah.
9A, 9AB.
And we have a second? Okay. Everybody in favor of that? Say aye.
I say aye.
Everybody opposed?
No.
Nay?
Nay.
Yeah. So we'll go and, so we won't split it up, we'll keep it all into one, and we'll vote on that as one.
Because are there 3 nays?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So 2, 3 on that motion. So with that, we'll go into the consent agenda. Do we have anybody want to pull anything from the consent agenda?
Of course. I want to pull all of our donations, $220,000 worth this day. How generous of people, how generous of our PTAs, our foundations, our donors.
Yes.
And they are making a difference for our schools, and we really appreciate them. So take a look at this wonderful list of donors, and thank you so much to each of them.
Like the Phelps Foundation, 178,000. That's in addition to what they did, I think, right, at the tiny home. So.
Yes, tiny homes came through Fullerton Education.
Big shout out to the Phelps. They have been incredible partners that have given us millions of dollars. And every year they take time, they meet with us to hear about the great projects. And John was there again today. Louise, his sister, Marlene's just been a big supporter. So I want to take a moment. We just did the grants and sent that information out. And if you see John Phelps or Louise or Marlene, please thank them.
Carol
as well. So just a big shout out to all of them. Our tiny home project, in addition to Fullerton Education Foundation, was made possible by the Phelps.
I also wanted to point out First Presbyterian is on there too. I mean, I think they support Golden Hill so much, not only in monetary, but they bring them over on Wednesdays and really go out of their way to support that school. So
Wonderful. What a community. I also wanted to comment on BB, which is a grant of $114,137 from St. Jude Hospital to support many of our wellness programs in the school district. And I really appreciate their ongoing support of our schools and our community. And they especially in this grant are focused on Title I sites. And that's really where we're focusing on our wellness efforts. And so that's super supportive of us. And they're going to start out by giving us a little over $57,000. And then after we reach the agreement and start putting everything in place, they will give us the other half of the money. And they are going to do so many things: lunch buddy carts, mural updates, freezer storage expansion units, emergency preparedness kits, safe routes to schools, updates on Title I school sites. We really appreciate that partnership, and thank you to St. Jude.
Yeah, they've been doing an amazing job here with our Title I schools, especially in South Fullerton, for probably 20 plus years now. So that's amazing to see that they're still continuing to support.
and renewing our agreement with OC Grip as well. Just being able to provide case management to families in need is important. I wanted to just comment also on the our new Battle of the Bands plan for bringing in some K-pop and hitting everything. I'm also I look at it and I know that Nicholas is also working on mariachi, and so I think that just really providing cultural experiences for our students where they learn culture through the arts and through music and other ways when they don't know they're learning just is remarkable. And to be able to provide services to all of our students and all of our cultures, I think is something that's ongoing that we do all the time. And again, new ways to serve.
Yeah, just quickly, the Nicholas is going to have its first after-school mariachi club and band. And by the way, the Phelps Foundation provided $11,000 for mariachi instruments. They'll be entering into festivals next year as part of their after-school club. And we also have another partner, K-pop, the K-pop Center, and we will be doing K-pop singing and dancing in an after-school program. And so they're here, both Joyce and Brandon, and so they're working with us as well. So a big thanks to all our partners.
It's super amazing to see also like the lunch games that the students also provided. So at parks, like again, culturally relevant for folks to just learn from different ethnic groups. So super amazing to see.
Last thing I wanted to comment on is that you just finished FSD Fest 2024, and now you're already on 2025.
I put it in my calendar
There's
yesterday.
no rest here.
16th and 17th of May.
Same weekend next year.
25.
Yeah, thank you.
So from my
Wait
understanding,
a minute, nobody took their calendars out.
so from my understanding, the Cal States are making it a little bit more difficult for outside organizations and agencies to line things up at their sites. My organization, Groundswell, has also done a yearly Walk in My Shoes conference, a youth leadership conference, and they've had kind of the same struggle to pinpoint dates that really work with our organization but don't align to what's happening at the school sites. So it makes it a little hard, but maybe we can find a way to kind of maneuver that a little bit more, but we'll keep working on that. Awesome. So with that, do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I so move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Everybody in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Awesome. 5-0 on that. So now we're going to move into item 11A that we're moving up the LCAP. So let's present on LCAP now.
See, there she is.
Yeah.
There's PTA right there.
Oh, no.
She was hiding out.
She was hiding. She just didn't want to. Okay, now I'm feeling okay. You could have made anything up. No one would have known.
So, good evening, President Talavera, Board of Trustees, Dr. Pleka, as well as Executive Cabinet. I guess they're not here for the LCAP. Oh well. So as you know, we'll be taking the final draft of the LCAP for your approval at the second board meeting in June. But for tonight, what we wanted to do to lead up to that meeting, we wanted to present an overview of the LCAP process and also highlight some of the recommendations made by the advisory committee. These recommendations are based on the LCAP survey and the input that come from our educational partners. Before we start the presentation though, I did want to acknowledge and thank the hard work of the LCAP advisory committee. And we actually have one member, Cindy Rivera, who is helping us present this evening. And lastly, I also wanted to acknowledge our district LCAP team, Damian Ibarra, Rosanna Fonseca, Phil Ling, and Esther Kim, who have done a lot of the hard work behind the scenes. And a special shout out goes out to Esther, who really had the biggest responsibility of actually writing the LCAP plan. So our LCAP presentation will have several components. What is the LCAP? How much funding do we receive, and what are some of the requirements for that funding? What are the 4 goals and recommendations for the LCAP, as well as the next steps for LCAP approval? So the first fundamental question we'll address is, what is the LCAP? It's more than just a document. The Local Control and Accountability Plan is a tool for districts to set goals, plans, and actions, and leverage resources to improve student outcomes. So in other words, the LCAP is the district's story on how we plan to serve all of our FSD students. And so now Esther Kim will share about the local control funding formula, which determines how our district is funded.
Good evening. The LCAP is a requirement of the LCFF, which is the local control funding formula. If you take a look at the pyramid, the bottom of that pyramid is the base funding, and LCFF funds every student in California at the same base rate. And then on the second layer, we have extra monies for 3 groups of students: English learners, foster youth, and low-income students. This group of students is referred to as unduplicated students, meaning that if they're in more than one of these groups, then they're counted once. The third layer of funding is concentration funding, which is given to districts that serve 55% or more unduplicated students, and FSD is eligible. The local control funding formula provides an estimate of over $143 million in revenue to FSD for the 24-25 school year. Over 80% will be used for staffing, and the remaining will be used for instructional materials and supplies, professional development, and operations. For 2024 to 2025, the estimated base funding is approximately $124.7 million. Supplemental funding will be about $14.7 million, and concentration funding should be about $4.4 million, and this is just an estimate. Cindy?
What are the requirements of the LCFF? In order for FSD to receive funding, the requirements include addressing 8 state priorities along with the district's board goals. engaging parents, staff, and partners to provide input, and creating strategic plan reflecting this input. All right, so we have our state priorities and our FSD board goals. For each goal, action, or service identified on the LCAP, both the 8 state priorities and the FSD board goals must be taken into consideration. On the left are the 8 state priorities, which focus on the conditions of learning, pupil outcomes, and educational partner engagement. The right lists our FSD board goals, which are updated annually. Our educational partner engagement. Another requirement is engaging with educational partners, where FSD established the LCAP Advisory Committee, the District English Language Acquisition Advisory Committee, or DLAC, and processes for students, staff, and families to provide input. As you can see on the screen, FSD consults with multiple groups in the process, including parents and families, staff, collective bargaining units, and other valued partners. So here you have a few pictures of our people that are key in our LCAP committee. So first up, the next few slides represent ways we have engaged with various partners to gather input and feedback on the LCAP. LCAP Advisory Committee meetings consist of PTA, Champions for Learning, DLAC, All of the Arts for All the Kids, FIDA, CSEA, FESMA, OCDE, FEF, Human Resources, Business Services, and Educational Services. We like to have it all covered. And then you have your Superintendent Student Advisory. For LCAP advisory meetings, the main purpose is to review and analyze all input and make recommendations on the actions and services of the LCAP. And then the Superintendent's Student Advisory is a student version of the LCAP Advisory Committee. They review and analyze student input from LCAP survey and provide recommendations based on the LCAP survey. Okay. LCAP survey, response cards collected at our block party, which was the community provided comments on each LCAP goal. And then we also did presentations at various meetings such as DLAC, Champions, PTA, and school site council meetings to inform educational partners about the LCAP and encourage them to share their thoughts through the LCAP survey. I'm introducing Esther. Come on.
I want to point out one mistake we left out. IAS was always in those meetings, including Mr. Jeremy Davis giving a presentation about digital wellness. So thank you. Sorry about that. No, it wasn't on the slide. Sorry, it's our bad. Okay, so what are the 4 goals of the LCAP? The first goal is all students will demonstrate proficiency or growth towards proficiency in ELE and math. And we focus those around high quality staff, academic instruction and intervention, English learner support, college and career and advanced coursework, academic enrichment, and special education support. So I will briefly just go over the 4 goals that we have, and then I will highlight some of the new actions. Our goal 2, it revolves around technology and digital literacy, and some things we focus on are student and family technology access, student and parent training, digital literacy and internet safety, and student agency opportunities that are bolstered a lot of the times by technology in our district. Goal 3 is safe and secure environment. All district departments and school sites will work to provide a safe and secure environment. And some of those things are safe facilities, wraparound services, PBIS, and SEL. And finally, our goal 4, parent engagement of all parents, promote engagement of all parents by creating a culture of inclusion through DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, parent engagement groups, parent workshops, and student showcases. So I will highlight now within our 4 goals some of the actions that were recommended by the committee. And our committee they're not just speaking their own opinions. They sifted through all the survey data. We organized it in a thematic way so that they can see what the feedback was, and then they made their recommendations. So newly added to LCAP in Goal 1, we have something that our district is doing. We have targeted differentiation based on a monitoring dashboard for foster youth and students experiencing homelessness. And a lot of parties are responsible for updating the data and for checking it so that we can know what kind of interventions are needed. We changed the language in professional development for teachers to all appropriate staff, because it's not just the teachers that are interacting with our students. And a lot of the feedback said that we need more arts integration. So we have arts integration through our TOSA and arts lead teachers. And we also added expanded learning that brings academic support and enrichment activities for our students. Something that was already there, but the committee said was really important, is differentiation strategies for GATE students, high achievers, and students with disabilities. And also, we want to integrate career-ready practices. So no matter what class you take, you're ready for a career. Let's say you're taking a coding class, but you decide, I'm not going to do that in the future. It doesn't matter, because you learned how to be an effective communicator, even in your coding class. And something, even within CRP's career-ready practices, was financial literacy was very important to parents, and just our feedback in general. And then we added the word culturally relevant instructional materials to not just standards aligned, but we want to be culturally relevant. So that was Goal 1, highlights. Goal 2, highlights. Something that IAS and our SEL team have been doing is and our counselors, making some counselor lesson videos to supplement our curriculum on internet safety. And I don't know if you saw the bearded, what was it, the bearded something, but what is it? Bearded Batman. Okay, so yes, we have some counselor videos so that we can supplement our curriculum, already existing curriculum, to amp it up. And then we have supplemental lessons to enhance the second step digital wellness performance task. And we have tech mini externships. And what that is we have such a wealth of just people resources in our district. So in IAS, let's say I'm in charge of networking. I can go into the networking class and give an authentic workshop to the students about what I do on a daily basis. So for example, we have Lionel, who goes into parks and helps them to make networking cables. So that's something we newly added. Something that was very important to parents is keyboarding. So we are going to put a keyboarding app into the student portal to make it fully accessible to them, and then add some gamification elements. And we are going to supply teachers with curated academic technology articles to bolster digital and reading literacy skills. And we're going to continue to have webinars and readily available resources so that parents can have strategies for overseeing their children's digital activities. Yes.
Let's see, the one that says supply teachers with curated academic technology articles to bolster digital and reading literacy skills. Is that for the teacher or the student?
It's for the teacher to use with their students.
Okay, so we could provide curated academic technology articles. What would prompt the students to want to read them to enhance their literacy skills?
So there would be about interesting topics, such as so if I go to Amazon and I'm checking out and I see a machine instead of a human, what are the benefits? What are some things that I'm going to lose from my life from that interaction? Just things that, they're going to care about. So
thank you. Now I understand much more clearly.
Yes, you're
Appreciate
welcome.
That.
Mm-hmm. And that came from, I think that came from FIDA. So
thank you, FIDA.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay, so goal 3 check-in, check-out system for daily connections. This is for safe and secure environment. We have check-in, check-out system for daily connections for support for students needing tier 2 and 3 interventions. Then we have lunch bunch groups that offer peer and adult support. And our attendance team has been working really hard to help our sites make site-based attendance plans that will kick off in the fall to reduce our rates of chronic absenteeism. And then we're going to train on trauma-informed practices, and emails are sent to principals from the tech department about students who are absent and also are on the cusp of becoming chronically absent so that we can prevent the students from becoming chronically absent. Some continuous things that we're highlighting are PBIS and SEL. And if you didn't know, our PBIS team even trains bus drivers, because PBIS is not just for the classroom, it's for the bus, it's for the playground, it's for everywhere. So that's something we're doing. We're going to continue to do perimeter fencing because we're not done with that project. And eventually we're gonna have a single point of entry through the office at every school site. And I don't know if you knew this, I didn't know that, but for example, we have playground safety inspection training so that we can see if our equipment is safe. Finally, for goal 4, newly added to lcap is that we have a PIO, she's in the room, so that we can share information not just to people who are actively looking for it, right? But that we can reach people that are not necessarily looking for that information. And also, it's not just for our own community, but for our outside our community. And we were in the news last weekend. I don't know if you saw, but we were on ABC. It was awesome. And we have our Battle of the Bands showcase that was just mentioned earlier on all our junior high campuses, including our K-8, TK-8 schools. Some things that are continuous that was very important for the committee is topic-specific workshops such as mental health at home, managing stress at home, ABCs of IEPs. And something that was very important to the committee was they thought when a student enters our schools, like pre-K, TK, kinder, they should have a parent orientation. So I asked Emily McDougall, do we have these things? And the answer is yes. So that's great. Oops. So what are the next steps for lcap approval? In the first June meeting, we will have a public hearing on LCFF budget and the draft lcap. And then on the second board meeting in June, we will do the approval adoption of LCFF budget and final lcap. And then in the beginning of July, we will submit the lcap for OCD for final approval. So thank you to the committee. Thank you to everyone who gave us feedback so far.
Awesome.
And we will take questions.
Yes, that's I was about to ask. Yes. Trustee Thakor, do you have any questions over there? I always want to make sure that I don't forget you. He's snoozing.
He's trying to push unmute.
If he does, he might not. But we can move on to Trustee, or whoever else has questions or.
So
go ahead.
You're presenting this today. You've outlined the things that are new. We have our LCAPs. The process is then to, as we're reading through it, I know that a lot of us might have additional questions or this or that. Reach out to the district, ask questions, meet, and then the next meeting, it's being presented again. Community can come and speak. We're going, are we going to allow, obviously we're gonna send information out to all of our parents, letting them know that the LCAP is now posted so that they can make comments.
Yes.
So will that open up and have a specific time where people are gonna make
We are
comments?
aiming to post it on the website before the meeting so that parents will have a chance to look at it. And I believe we have also put it publicly out there in the, I don't remember which publication it is, but there is something that has gone out to the community saying that we are having a public hearing.
Oh, usually like a newspaper
Yes,
or some
exactly.
type of, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Perfect.
I was curious, I know we have a lot of parent feedback through the big events that we host where we seek feedback. And I saw all of the pictures with the staff. How many parents were on that committee that met regularly?
I don't know the exact
That showed
number,
up.
but
Well, we invited one
everywhere.
champion,
Uh-huh.
including parent from each of the schools.
Okay.
And we had attendance that varied
Mhm.
each of the, but we did invite at least one from the school.
Okay. I know it's hard sometimes
Cindy
to get
was here.
parents. Thank you, Cindy, for representing. And I just wanted to confirm that when we look at the budget, am I correct in assuming it doesn't include grants, special programs like our community schools, our ELAP funding? Is that a separate budget stream that's not part of the lcap funding that we're talking about today? Okay.
Yes, the LCFF funding is really about the funding sources that Esther had laid out. Within the LCAP, though, we do actually report on some of the federal funds as well as some of the state grants as well. So that's a part of the LCAP plan. But in terms of the action services, we pretty much focus on the LCFF funding that we receive.
Got it. I wanted to just say I really appreciate that there's an intentional effort to address both suspension of children experiencing homelessness in foster care and building strong relationships on campus. I really appreciate that attention. And I was excited to see that there's a goal on especially reducing special education, English language arts distance from standard by 10 points by 2027. I think by seeing it, giving it attention, setting a goal, being intentional, it's really an important first step to solving that challenge and working towards that. I was wondering, as board members, just like our principals have their dashboard of knowing who their English learners are and where they are in the steps towards reclassification, is it possible for us to have sort of regular reports also on that progress? How are we going to be kept up to date on both our McKinney-Vento kids as well as the students with disabilities and how they're making progress towards those goals?
Sure. So we can provide updated information. Possibly, I think maybe it'd be best through a board communique.
Uh-huh.
We'll send that out through multiple communiques.
I would really appreciate that.
Sure.
Thank you
That's
so
easy to
much.
do.
Appreciate the clarity of your presentation tonight. When you sent it to me, I was like, this is succinct and clear and yet contains a huge amount of knowledge, of information. And that is not easy to do, and I really appreciate that. I had a lot of questions when I was reading the document itself. I'm going to wait till the next time because I sort of have to weigh a lot of what it said that provided me to thinking of questions. I have a feeling that our leadership teams already know and are already focusing on. We have 16 schools who have one or more levels of needed performance growth. To ask questions seems to me to they know that. They're focusing on it. So, okay, but the chronic absenteeism, that's a huge issue for me. And I hope that when we were doing the behavior program, that the two groups got together or will in the future get together, because chronic absenteeism frequently students seem to display behaviors that are different from those who come to school regularly. They have, there's just a plethora of reasons that they will state that they don't come on time or regularly, and they need specific attention. And when they do show back up to school, and they have been absent a lot, it's really hard on the teacher to figure out how to catch them up because they may have missed in 4 months 30 days. That's huge. And that falls upon the staff. And so I hope that the two groups, the group on behavior, actually 3 groups, the group on behavior, your comments on chronic absenteeism, and then the dashboard that's going to be provided by technology to tell everybody, all come together in some way to see what else can we do. because sometimes you talk to these students, one would talk to these students, and it doesn't seem like anyone's listening, including maybe even the parents sometimes. And sometimes the parents are listening, but the students really, they don't respond in a way that would make a difference. So I'm very interested in how we can help that situation, because it's behavior.
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Sugarman, on that. Chronic absenteeism. Also was really thinking about that when I was taking a look at the document as well myself, and really kind of figuring out how to get kids motivated to come to school, right? So I think we do that at the district in very many different ways. And I think when we talk about education and the environment, it's always changing. We were talking about that again with the behavior team and that presentation earlier. And I think we have to figure out what those trends are and figuring out what students are feeling and thinking right when they're not coming to school. And I think we can be innovative because I know our district has the ability and we're just capable in doing amazing things like that to even draw in those kids that don't want to come to school for various reasons, right? Maybe not them, but maybe their parents. And maybe they motivate their parents to say, hey, you know, I really want to go to school. And I think we really just got to keep in sync to figure out how to best address that, because it does impact, right, learning loss, and it does impact the whole child in very many ways. So yeah, we can have the resources and we can have, you know, programs and be innovative in that sense, but figuring out why that's continuing to happen. And I think ultimately, I think it's one of those symptoms from COVID to be really honest, and talking to a lot of parents, you know, hearing things and talking with other fellow, you know, neighbors and things. You know, you go to Disneyland on a random day and the place is full with kids, and it's just like, wait a minute, like, why aren't they at school? You know, and it's not everyone's coming from out of town, but, you know, again, nonetheless. So really kind of figuring out what that is for our school district and our kiddos, and figuring out how to best motivate them to come to school, so where they feel like, hey, if I miss school, I'm missing out on something, all right? And it could just be something like, you know, pretty random, but figuring out really creative ways to do that, just because I do believe that our school district has those tools and those resources to make that happen, but keeping that out on the forefront. So really want to thank you all for that. Anyone else?
I want to add the fact that, you know, as we're looking at children getting to school, a lot of times it's because they can't get to school, right? It's what are the barriers that are not getting them to school. And I do have one story that just happened with our wonderful staff, Rosanna, but she's already left, I think. We had a student that was struggling to get to school. They had just moved, and it was a foster youth. And she moved mountains to make sure that that child got to school, right? And we were creative in trying to figure out a way, because teen mother with a student in our school district, and she moved mountains to get that child to school. So I do believe that this is something that our staff is focusing on. I think that we are getting better. We're looking at ways, how do we, you know, what other means of transportation do we have? How can we look out of the box? How do we get the mom here so that we can get them both back? And so those are issues that our students are facing because they can't get to school, right? And so it's up to us to try and figure out creative ways to be able to help that family get to school. So,
have you ever thought about being creative with the leadership to do some TikTok challenge to have kids come to school? That might work. That might work.
TikTok videos.
I mean, we probably could get that innovative, right? Yeah, I don't know. No, awesome. So, awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that presentation. And again, I hope the community knows to look out for the date, June 11th, right? June 11th. We're going to be putting out for community input on that. So thank you so much on that. So we'll be moving on to, more to come. Yes. So I do want to trickle back to our consent. We had an amendment for item 8B. So I want to
We need to go back.
Do we
Do we
need
need to go backwards and bring it back with the amended consent calendar? Because we didn't adopt.
You made the motion.
I don't think I made the motion to the amended.
With the amended-
consent.
But you made the original, so you have to be the one to change it.
Did I make that?
Who made the original motion?
What time is it? 9. I don't remember anything. It's 9.
I would like to amend my original motion for consent to include the correction, actually the addition.
The addition.
And we're excited about those changes. Thank you.
And that's,
addition.
yeah, and that's to our certificated personnel report.
And then the second?
So we have a second?
Second.
Second?
No, you have to accept the change.
I am seconding your change.
Thank you.
Yeah, awesome. And everybody in favor of making that change?
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Thank you so much. He's
Good
there.
morning.
How are you? Awesome. So now we're going to be moving on to item 9A, approving Fullerton School District Performance Academy for 6th, 7th, 8th grade students.
I'd like to move to approve the new Fullerton School District Performance Academy for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students.
All right, do I have a second for that?
I'll second.
I'd like to have discussion.
Of course.
Yeah.
Could
So we have a motion and a second, but yeah, go
So-
ahead, Dr. Bob.
one thing, just to kind of circle back.
Whoops.
I think I'm stuck here. Anyways, it's late. All right, past 9 for sure. So I want to go back to the original request, and both Lionel and Aruni asked if we could look into specifically how we could potentially create a system or structure to access athletic academies. And so the one great thing about our community is all the great, rich discussion and discourse. And one of the things I really do enjoy is it's like, and I enjoy the challenge of trying to find where there may be some overlapping consensus, and then ultimately you'll have to make this decision. What's on the agenda today is a slight modification from what Lionel and Rooney asked me to look into. It was really about athletic academies. What's on the agenda can be operationalized for athletic academies, but it's not specific for it. What is on the agenda is a structure that would allow advanced athletes to access advanced athletic training. That does not have to be a performance academy. In fact, it could look a lot of different ways. If you were lucky enough to have, if you were a Serena sister and you had a father like Mr. Williams, you could access our schedule. Right now, we have a student at one of our schools. I don't want to get too specific because I don't want to out them, but basically we have a student who is on one of the national teams. Right now, they're going to leave our district because the national team practices. It's in another place in Orange County, and they practice multiple hours a day. And their practice, they can't get there in time, and so they're going to leave our district to do homeschool. That's not an athletic academy. They're on the national. I won't say the team, but on the national team. So what you're voting on is what already exists. We already have a policy, I think brought to this board in 2018, approved by this board, that we operate and function right now that allows advanced athletes to leave early, right now 1 period, to access advanced training. We already have about 28 students this year that do that, students that already leave early. What's before you is, instead of letting people leave 1 period early, it's 2 periods. That's really all the change that is before you today. In some ways, if you wanted to go down a different route, I'd have to bring back an item to eliminate what you already voted on. So what's today Performance Academy is adding another period to something that we already do.
As well as 6th grade.
So, and then 6th grade,
But they could have done it.
no, okay.
No.
So, no, it only 7th and 8th grade.
7th and 8th.
The piece about Rolling Hills is kind of an exception to the rule because you've already approved, in essence, a hybrid schedule. You've already approved MyConnect. MyConnect, which is situated in Rolling Hills, students are able to access both asynchronous and synchronous activities in 6th grade. They can actually do it in 5th grade and 4th grade and 3rd grade. And we do have families right now that take their kids out and they're, in a sense, PE, supervised by our staff, by our teacher, is a variety of sports and training. So we're already accessing it in Rolling Hills, and you've already approved that. Really what the exception is, would you want, this is really to say, okay, in other schools potentially, which we haven't identified, and we're not asking the board to look at it like, oh, this school or that school. It's really to say, could potentially other schools access a similar schedule? So you've already approved Rolling Hills for 6th grade and 5th grade and 4th grade.
Wait, Rolling Hills or MyConnect Academy?
MyConnect Academy is a program at Rolling Hills. So it's not a separate school, it's a program within it. So that's why it's accessible only currently at Rolling Hills. You're not undoing the vote for Rolling Hills today. That would be like another item if you wanted to do that. So what are you voting for? Just to make sure everybody's clear. You're voting potentially to allow other 6th grade students to access at other schools other than Rolling Hills, and you're really voting to add another period. That's all the change that we're bringing to you today. It's different. You're like, wow, that's not what I remember from the last period. Yes, because we were looking specifically at Performance Academy to access athletic academies. That's not what we're doing. We're just saying advanced training for advanced athletes, 2 periods versus 1. And the 1 period we already do. And in fact, it's ironic that it started with a tennis player, I think in 2017, who was on a national team that began this discussion. So at this point, that's what you're voting on, discussing, and I think looking at it from a perspective of what do you want staff to do now?
And so sorry, we do have 2 public comments on this item. Kiko? Yeah. So, yeah, come share.
Hi, everyone. It's Keiko. I just want to say before I start, thank you, everyone who put together the FSD Fest this past weekend. It was my first time ever attending, even though my son is now in 9th grade, my oldest. And it was an incredible event. And on top of that, Jeremy Davis let me borrow his charger for my phone tonight. So he's the gentleman of the hour. Nate's charger, thank you. It's late, so I'm just going to read from my notes. I'm an FSD parent. My oldest is a 3-sport athlete at Fullerton High School. I watched last month's meeting on the live stream. I was curious about this new athletic program. I've really seen the value of sports in my life and my children's lives. I found it to be an interesting idea. I'd favor the proposed policy change, which would allow for 2 periods of release instead of 1. But several things about the rollout of the program have been concerning to me over the last few weeks. And the program development has seemed incredibly rushed to me from the outside. I'm not aware of an open bidding process for what stands to be an incredibly lucrative partnership for Delta Sports, who's the organizational partner that was somehow chosen and introduced at the last meeting. The program has been marketed to families through district channels for the last month, even though the vote wasn't scheduled until tonight. Additionally, the marketing makes no mention of the high price tag, leaving parents unaware of and disappointed by the $1,000 per month cost of participation. All of these things about the way this rollout has been managed left a little bit of a bad taste for me. And because I felt that way, I was compelled to do a bit of my own research on the world of elite athletics, as well as the people and the businesses involved in the proposal. And I found some troubling information that I feel that parents and our families have a right to know. A quick Google search, LinkedIn, et cetera, yielded news articles from 2022 detailing sexual abuse of female athletes at Stars Sports Academy, now Delta Sports, as recently as 2 years ago. This is obviously a hard thing to talk about. It sounds like from somebody's comment earlier that you guys are aware of this. It's obviously any parent's worst nightmare. This program was so hastily put together and presented, and there was so little information about how this particular organization was selected. I wanted to ask what's being done to protect our children, to protect our district from liability. I encourage you to slow down the development of the program for the good of our students and families. Faster is not always better. We don't need to rush when student safety is an issue. I hope you consider delaying or voting no today.
Thank you so much for that. We have our second, Karen.
Hi, I am Karen Yingling. I'm a stakeholder at Fullerton School District, and I'm here to share why I am opposed to the Performance Academy that has been rolled out, actively marketed for Delta Sports on our campuses. In a 2024 study published by the National Institute of Health, the question was asked, do elite youth sports contribute to a greater risk of psychological distress or disorder? The abstract conclusion states, quote, it is clear that EYAs face a range of risks that warrant careful consideration to best practice principles and recommendations for mental health promotion. A 2023 research study at the University of Melbourne has shown that elite youth athletes can experience mental health disorders at up to twice the rate of the broader community. Twice the rate for our junior high kids who are already highly at risk. Public education has no place in promoting programs that potentially expose our already vulnerable children to more mental health stresses. Outside of the potential cost to the mental health of our students, we must also carefully consider the actual financial cost to our district. Our current environment has our school site mental health resources stretched thin. When we cannot afford to put a full-time school psychologist in every school, and when our ratios of mental health counselors to students are already high in our junior high schools, do we have any right to create programs that could potentially increase the need for mental health services? Do we have any right to launch an elitist program for a handful of students? It is an economically elitist program. According to the City of Fullerton, the median yearly income for Fullerton families is $110,184, putting a program that costs $10,000 like this out of reach for all but a select few students. Few of our district employees could afford to participate in this program, with the exception of some very highest paid administrators. Fiscal responsibilities means that we have examined all the potential costs and revenues for a program like this. How much of our professionals across all domains will be spending, how much time will our professionals across all domains be spending at each of the 4 school sites to support this program? How much time will district employees who are already stretched beyond capacity be spending to oversee this program? We might get some ADA money, but it's not free money. If we're looking to increase our enrollment, perhaps we are better served by improving and marketing our existing excellent programs instead of commoditizing students and chasing after the next shiny thing to keep up with the Joneses, or in this case, Placentia Yorba Linda School District, which should never be a model for ours. We have outstanding DLI programs, multi-age programs that are amazing and unreplicated anywhere in Orange County, nationally recognized elementary and junior arts high school. What if we spent the time and attention marketing our already excellent programs that we spent on this one? I love this district. My children have been incredibly well served by the teachers and staff here. I have friends who dedicate their lives to serving our students and professional colleagues and relationships that I cherish. My husband could work in any other district in this county, make more money, and have better benefits, and we as a family choose Fullerton. We're better than this. We need to focus on equity and be student-focused and transparency. We have to stand by who we are.
Thank you so much. So we're going to bring it back. We did have a motion and a second.
Just one comment. This item is not about a particular group. It's to access advanced training. And just as an example, some of the groups that have contacted us, Beyond Delta, Redline, ZT Baseball, Pro Academy, Mather Dance, K-Pop Center Dance, Pro Play Volleyball, as well as just the variety of different students that are already in our program accessing it. So this first item is not about a particular provider. And I just want to say this because this is important that we, the board, you know what you're voting for. You're not voting, this item is not for Delta. This item is for advanced athletes, which we already do, which you've already voted for, to access advanced training, which you've already voted for. The only difference is 2 periods versus 1. That's this item. There is a follow-up item potentially with Delta, but that's not this item. So just, I think some of the arguments that potentially could be made would be made for the next item.
Can you clarify, Dr. Bob, then, when you said that 6th graders from other schools can access this, are you saying that it can or cannot?
I'm saying right now the
Yes.
only school that can access it is
Yes.
Rolling Hills through the MyConnect project.
Would the child have to be enrolled in actually MyConnect?
No, not necessarily.
Okay. Are there any kids that are
because
bouncing back
think-
and forth, like
think-
doing MyConnect and in-person learning with Rolling Hills?
Think hybrid. So,
Okay.
so what would happen is our students at Rolling Hills would be able to access their core with the teachers there. And the 2 teachers supported also, just as a side benefit, right now, instead of having a combo class, in their regular class, they'll end up with a class full of students of a single grade. And then what would happen is that's called, by the way, that has a technical name that's called synchronous minutes. That's part, basically, would be handled through MyConnect. The asynchronous minutes, which is just think independent study, that's going to be accessed through the direction of a PE teacher that operates out of MyConnect currently. So right now, the only place 6th grade can access it is Rolling Hills. Rolling Hills is a school that has MyConnect. You are potentially voting for allowing other kids for 6th grade to access it. So that.
Dr. Pletka?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I just want to clarify because my understanding is also that MyConnect is a way for students who are not currently FSD students to access not only our amazing district, but also some of these advanced non-academic programs that we're considering offering.
If I don't understand the question, please correct me. Yes, we have students for sure that come in, that transfer in, not necessarily just from outside the district, but from within our district. We have students that transfer to Rolling Hills to access the program. Was that your question, Aruni?
Yes.
Okay.
So maybe I wasn't speaking loud enough either, but basically MyConnect becomes a way for non-FSD students to transfer into our district and potentially begin accessing some of these advanced sports academies starting in 6th grade and going into 7th and 8th.
Potentially, yes, but again, I want to say this isn't just for athletic academies. We have right now parents that through homeschool, through My Connect, their kids take music lessons, paid music lessons. They take paid physical education classes that in some cases they have trainers at the local gyms. So they're paying for this, some of these sorts of services already. It's happening through My Connect already. Again, what is being proposed though is potentially other kids from other schools, and that is a nuance. You've already approved Rolling Hills, but you haven't approved other schools to do this for 6th grade.
Thank you, Dr. Pleka. Could you also maybe just talk about how the remaining items related to this larger issue have been broken up tonight? So first of all, we proposed a month ago that FSD become more hospitable. Really, I was one of the people that requested, as you mentioned, become more hospitable to families that want to pursue non-academic endeavors, and their children happen to be perhaps very gifted, or the parents are very motivated, or some combination of the two. So this first item that's currently before us, that's been moved and seconded, basically just takes our existing program of allowing 1 period of PE and makes it 2 periods, correct?
Yes, and potentially adding the 6th grade for schools other than Rolling Hills, because you've already done Rolling Hills.
Right, and there was a motion to maybe discuss that issue a little while ago and to separate that out. Do you think that maybe could be discussed a little further, Dr. Pletka, or do you want to maybe talk about why you think it just should be in this discussion? Please.
For sure, it is up to the board, and you can actually make a motion, specific to grade levels. So you can do 7th and 8th. You can add in the 6th grade. I do think that to try to tease out whether, I would try to exclude Rolling Hills from the discussion unless you literally want to have a whole nother vote to get rid of My Connect, which I don't think that's what you want to do. So really today's discussion is just what Aruni said. It's, do you want to add a 2nd period? And potentially, do you want to add 6th grade from other schools other than Rolling Hills? Those are the two, those are really what you're discussing.
So we already have voted on 6th grade at Rolling Hills, and the board staff would later bring different sites for separate votes.
Yes.
They could.
We
They
could.
don't
You're
have
right.
to.
We could. Right. So you can. That would be up to you.
But we don't have to.
Correct.
Children from other schools could transfer into Rolling Hills.
So this would allow for potentially, if there's a need at other schools, there's interest from 5th grade students going into 6th grade, and let's say there's 15 students that all of a sudden want to do this at 6th grade level, then it would be something that would be brought to the board, and then we would approve that specific school to say, hey, there's an interest from 15, 10, whatever, 12 students, whatever it may be, right?
Yeah, right. So there's 2 ways you could parse that out. One is you could bring back any additional school that wants to be part of it. You can, by the way, if there was another school, I would bring it back, not necessarily for a vote. That's up to you whether you want to direct me to do that. But I wouldn't add a school without at least direction from the board on
So
this.
the 16 students
Yeah.
who are currently in the 6th grade who would like to be part of this program have signed interest slips. Right. They have an option where they could actually transfer to Rolling Hills, and they wouldn't have any sort of issues with.
Yeah, and by the way, that's currently an option right now. I mean, from within our district, we can have students from any school transfer in. Is Lindy here?
Yes.
I know Lindy is probably smiling. Yeah, we'll take your students. No. On a serious note, the idea that right now students can transfer to Rolling Hills, and we have a process for that. The caveat to this voting item is that a student at the school they're at potentially could access this kind of shortened day in sixth grade at the school they are.
Stay at Golden Hill and just
Right.
Hill.
That's what this item is about.
That is a logistical nightmare to bring kids from all over the district to one location. And
What's the?
I mean, if you have multiple sixth grade
Yeah,
schools,
it's a
setting
choice
the
because
day
it's
short,
it'll be a
and-
yeah.
We don't take them in, because if it's a school of choice and I'm transferring as a family, then I've chosen to transfer my child, and then I am
Oh, no, I'm saying if
responsible.
Golden Hill and Raymond and Commonwealth all decide 3 kids each day get to leave at 1 o'clock and go to parks.
Or to wherever.
Right, they wouldn't necessarily go to parks at that
Okay,
point.
so they would we would be not in charge of busing them.
Correct.
To a specific
They have
location.
8
No.
sites
It's kind of what
choose from.
it's in some sense is what we do with our junior highs.
Okay.
And we do have junior highs where the schedule makes it so impossible that it's really hard to do. So same thing. If we had schools that say, I just can't make that work, that we wouldn't do it because that schedule of that school doesn't allow it. But there are schools where in some cases PE is at the end of the day, as an example, and there is a rotation, and potentially instead of going to PE at sixth grade, they could leave potentially.
And parents would be responsible for taking
Correct.
their kids to the
Right.
program.
Yeah, we're not.
To whatever
yeah.
program.
We're just teaching them.
Can you explain when we voted to include Rolling Hills with this option?
Right. So I don't want you to think of this. I want you to deconstruct this situation because we're all thinking Performance Academy. Here's what we have at Rolling Hills.
Okay.
We have a homeschool program. That's what we have. And a homeschool program allows us to do independent study. And I don't remember the exact year, but it was in the pandemic.
18, I think it was 18.
Yeah. So right now in that program, we have synchronous minutes, meaning with a teacher, and we have asynchronous minutes. And those are done through independent study contracts. In fact, their whole day is an independent study contract. And so it's not that situation was not thinking of athletic academies. It was just thinking of we want to give parents an opportunity that if they want to teach their kids from at home, they can do that. And they're accessing independent study to do that. This situation allows parents, by the way, who are already, in some cases, doing it. We already have parents in Rolling Hills, in the MyConnect, that send their kids to music programs, paid music, paid sports, and not even advanced athletics, because it's a very specific program. MyConnect was really intended for parents who wanted to educate their children. So this context also would allow this situation in particular.
But if
We used to have students in our junior highs who would leave because they were doing advertising for the film industry, or they were in a movie.
Sure.
Way back, the triplets, Parent Trap, they were at parks and they would leave to film the movies. So we do have children historically who've been doing this for beaucoup years.
But if a kid is already in FSD at a different homeschool and they want to be a part of this sports program and they transfer to Rolling Hills, can they expect to be in a typical classroom with the teachers and then just leave at 1:15?
You want to answer them?
Yes, so they would be in their core subjects, science, social studies, math, and language arts. They would be in with the sixth grade teachers at Rolling Hills, and then they would be, and technically at that moment, as far as technically they're accessing a contract. They're accessing the independent study contract, even though the instruction is being delivered in person. And again, this is in some ways not unusual. In a past life, in a past district, when I was superintendent, it was not unusual at all. In fact, we've done that in this situation where we'll bring kids in to do in-person learning. We've done it in some cases. We've done field trips. In some cases, we brought in artists. In some cases, we brought in photographers. And so at that point, we have a live instructor teaching them. But what gets filled out is an independent study contract.
So they would be almost dual enrolled in the My Connect Academy and the Rolling Hills traditional classroom.
In terms of operationalized as a hybrid, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Technically speaking, they're in a homeschool accessing independent study contract.
Okay. This was, yeah, the way we talked about it was Rolling Hills, but basically it sounds like it's more like My Connect within Rolling Hills. That would be the home base for sixth graders if we do this. Yes?
Yes, but the teachers at Rolling Hills, who are current or sixth grade teachers, would be the ones delivering core instruction.
Yeah. Okay.
Dr. Blanca, it looks like we might be ready to call the question on this item, but I did want to circle back to something I had mentioned at the beginning. The next few items are what changes the district is making across not only programs such as this, but every contractor that we do business with regarding child safety, right? That's on the agenda tonight?
It is. That's actually, I think, 3 items from now. We're not voting on it.
Isn't there another item on the agenda tonight that's related to this issue that we're voting on separately because we want to accommodate all of the concerns that have been raised?
Yeah, so there's 2 more items. There's 2 specific to Delta, and then there's one about the enhanced safety protocols that ASCIP is, we'll say recommending, and for us to publish. Today we wouldn't actually be voting on that item, but you would give us direction to bring that back. As a side note, Delta has agreed to all of those items in their contract. In fact, they would be the first group ever to agree to the enhanced safety that ASCIP has suggested.
And that's just a discussion.
Dr. Blanca, but what is ASCIP again?
ASCIP is our insurance company. You might say, why is the insurance company? The insurance companies have the expertise. They hire experts in this field, and they do that for 2 things. One is to provide recommendations to school districts like ours to ensure that we are providing the levels of safety. And yes, do insurance companies have probably their own reasons for being diligent, hiring some of the best experts in this area. And they're also the ones that potentially need to, if they are in courts, the experts they bring have to be recognized by the courts. And so there's a special diligence that they bring to this, not just from a kind of a social perspective, but they're doing it also from a legal perspective. So the expertise they provide would be considered expert legal advice in the courts. And so what they've provided us is that level, that very rigorous level of expertise. And so they've provided 2 versions, the base level, which is the one that basically most districts do. In fact, all districts, I've never even heard of a district doing enhanced, but we are bringing the enhanced. One is to provide some discussion around it. I do want to slightly take out,
Bob, can we wait till that item comes up?
Okay.
To be able to discuss that? Because I do want to get through, I do want to get through this item, and then we'll get to that one when it comes up.
First, I really want to thank Dr. Pletka and all of our attorneys for answering a plethora of questions that this board, just so the audience knows, this was not a rapidly done, unprepared program. This program started back in the winter and has been researched. The public may not know, but the board is aware. And we have had, oh my God, pages of answers for us from legal to make sure that every single thing we're doing is legal. And I think it's important for everyone to be on that starting page with us. So, wait, excuse me a minute. Tonight, some questions were brought up that I'd like to comment on. I would like to live in a world of total equity. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Wouldn't it be wonderful if all children had shoes that they could buy where they want? This is not a perfect world. This is not a program for the entire district where we are denying students. This is a program for not a huge group of people, but in the few weeks that we've put the word out there, let me see here, I believe we have to date 71 families who are willing to do what they need to do for their students. Many of them are already doing these type of things. And okay, so I spoke, like all of us on the board, to tons of people to say, tell me about this number, tell me about this amount of money, okay? But these are not just everybody. These are people who have really exceptional students, who are on exceptional teams, okay? Okay, I spoke to a lady whose daughter does contortion. Who knew, right? Contortionist. She says, oh, by the way, she happens to be a minority mom, a single mother, and she's a nanny. She spends $1,500 a month, and each class is 1 hour, not 2 hours, to have her daughter become an exceptional contortionist. Okay. I spoke to people, you're not going to believe this, doggy daycare, Orange County, anywhere from $600 to $1,200, dollars a month to cover doggy daycare, okay? People spend more money than we realize on things that are important to them and their family. We have children that go to Washington, D.C. Some families can't afford it, and we try to provide scholarships. Same with science camps. But there are some families who don't want to go down that route, and their children don't go. That's not perfect equity, right? It's not perfect equity. The numbers are different, yes. When I first heard $1,000 a month, I almost fell on the floor. And then, when I talked to the lady who did the contortion, for her daughter does the contortion. By the way, the daughter's 11 years old, and this summer she'll be 10 weeks with Cirque du Soleil. Just, okay? She's the youngest one going on the group of Cirque du Soleil for summer. And the mother said to me, I said, okay, I'm going to give you a number, because she said, how much? I said, could be $1,000 a child a month. She said, oh, that's $50 a day. Oh my gosh, when I used to do daycare for my daughter, I paid more than that. That's not so bad. Now you could say she must have a great job with being a nanny, but she tells me all the things she doesn't do for this, to save the money for this one child. Are there people like that out there? Yes. And just like I wish that every child in the school district whose parents wanted them to could qualify for the gifted program, some of them don't. I don't know if that's equity or not equity, but nobody gets everything everybody else gets. It's just the unfair part of the world and of life. We have lots of all the art teachers coming in our schools. This is important to me. I started on the original All the Arts board. I'm now on the Arts Advisory Board. I've never had an arts event where I didn't make sure that my family contributed. Some of the fears about those teachers, are they screened, every single one of them? A few years ago, we had an incident. We want the safest schools for our children. Every person sitting here, everybody in the community who doesn't have a child. We do the best we can. We're not going to stop having all the arts program because we had one incident. The world isn't perfect. The world isn't perfect. And I want it perfect. I want our students protected. There are people who don't want us to do technology because evil people can get online, right? We have to be diligent, but can we promise the world that there won't be something? I don't know. I don't think that that's possible. You know, how many of us as adults get all these funny emails that tell us to phone certain phone numbers, and we know we shouldn't click on it, but it looks so real? Then we do, and our identity's stolen. Okay. So I believe that just like we need programs for special ed, we need programs for artists. We love our dual language immersion programs. We love our art schools. We appreciate classes that take care of our gifted students. This is another group of students who deserve to be treated equitably in their areas of expertise. That some parents are going to ask for scholarships, and God willing, they'll get them. We've already heard of a couple that did. Some parents are going to say no, 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 and some parents are going to say bless you, because we didn't want our 7th and 8th graders having to learn online for 2 or 3 hours a day. We want them socialized in school. We want them to get their lunch with their friends. We want them to hear other people's thoughts on issues. And then they can still go in the afternoon to a program to meet their needs in terms of sports. It sure is better than the kids I hear who have dropped out of school and are online for a few hours a day and then do sports all the time. And I'm happy to give them a better life, more exposure, more thinking. So anyway, you may not agree with me, okay? That's okay with me, because in this world, what makes this board wonderful is you've got 5 board members with different opinions who represent different groups in the community. That's what we're here to do, to share our voices, to listen to all the different voices in our community, and to do the best job we can do with coming up with common ground or compromise or whatever you want to call it. And that's what I'm offering out tonight, to have a broad view of what parents may want for their child. Not for my child, but for their child. And I love that. And I think that we are trying very hard to protect our children, as we do with all the arts. I think we want equity. I think we want scholarships, those who need it. But we're not talking out of 11,000 plus students, thousands of kids. We're talking so far 71, maybe more, because as time goes on, if we pass this, more people may be interested. But all I'm saying to my colleagues is, I value the ability to have the discussion and for us to come up with fair answers to what we're going to do in terms of a program.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you so much. Again, I also believe that, we've had extensive questions, answers, concerns, dialogue with this, especially last meeting. It took quite a bit of time, and I think I really did want to be able to respect that from both the community that came out and spoke, but then also from our fellow trustees as well too. So we do have a motion and we have a second. I am going to call for a vote on this, and then we can ask
I'd like to discuss it further.
comments after.
No, before the vote.
Before the vote?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. Because I do have a lot of concerns, and I want to express them because I think it's important that they're considered for the community and that they shaped the conversation as we move forward. I realize I may be the lone vote against this, or at least I may have the most reservations about this program, but I want to share with you those reservations so that we can address them and make this program better. Because I know that there is an interest in the community. 70 families that express interest, that's about 0.5% of our student population. So it's not a big percent of our population, it's less than 1%. But our job as trustees is to guide the mission, keep us faithful to the mission of our organization, of the school district. I think it's to protect our kids, their safety and their well-being, to make sure we're protecting our district from lawsuits, and providing public free opportunities for education for every single kid without discrimination. And I see challenges with this. I see legal challenges, I see equity challenges, and I see safety challenges. And so I'd like to share them so we can think about how to address them. The first—
May I ask one question though?
Yeah.
Does that relate to this particular vote? I mean, I'm looking at this vote.
So this is
as
for 6th,
vote.
7th, and 8th
I'm
grade
not
students to
looking
be able to
at
do independent studies.
anything else beyond
Yeah.
Yeah.
the
And that's our-
structure of a program that we're allowing parents and families to choose what they would like to do, just like if I were going to have my child do something after school on campus, a chess club, all the arts offers programs on our campus after school. So our parents have choices. I'm looking at this one particular program right now, and 6th, 7th, and 8th, and that's all I'm looking at for this one. I completely understand where you're coming from with providing safe environments for our students, and I don't think that anyone sitting here doesn't want safe places for our children. Right? I think we can all agree that we agree with what you're saying, right? We all want that for these children.
Yeah, so it's really the partnering with organizations that brings risk.
But I don't want to, this is not partnering with anyone.
Yeah, so this is the item, and that's what I want to.
I'm looking at this as, this is a program that has nothing to do with anything outside of this program. I don't
But us
care
teaching
where
6th,
you
7th,
go.
and 8th graders.
I want to say, am I offering this program to students and families so that they have the ability to make a choice on what they want to do next? This is not next gen. This is that one particular item.
Yeah,
And that's why I think we
stick
need to vote on this one particular item.
And if there's discussion and
That's-
comments
So
on.
related to this one particular item, my only concern is, I think that there is law, AB 1575, that says you cannot charge for any public school programming. My concern is if we necessarily—
We got the answer to that from legal already.
But we're not charging for this
We're
program.
not charging anything.
We're not charging for this program. This is a parent
This is a
choice
stru-
to
a
stop
structure.
school early.
As long as
and
our
then pay for
structure
something.
allows for parents to choose programs that don't cost anything, I think that has to be very clear in the structure that we're creating. And I'm
It is
concerned—
because they have to be eligible to partake in a elite sports academy. That's the criteria.
So an elite sports academy doesn't necessarily require tuition.
Just like GATE, if you don't qualify for GATE, you can't just say, I want to be in a GATE
but GATE is
class.
free through our program. So my question is—
GATE is during the school day.
But
This
but
is
it's
after their school
yeah,
day.
but it's still something that they have to meet requirements to in order to
Yeah.
participate in it.
But
Just like
Okay.
so, we're
To
not.
the legal question, we now have had 2 firms, starting back in 2017, already answer it. We already, right now, for 28 kids in our district, they leave and they go to advanced sports. Some of them do go to athletic academies, some don't. Some, again,
and they
there's
could be
someone, we have a
paying-
nationally
they
ranked.
could be paying to do that.
And now we have another set of attorneys to look at it. And they keep saying, we are not creating the structure for kids to go, to pay for PE for athletic academy. We are creating a structure that allows advanced athletes to access advanced training. That's all we're doing. What is advanced training? Actually, the example that our attorney gave us, if a father, a mother, a guardian, a grandparent, a neighbor, and if you think of an individual sport, this is actually in the realm of possibility, that have elite training in an area, they could coach their kid. That's entirely possible.
Golf, tennis.
So you could even access advanced training kind of in a hybrid of way that included someone who created you a kind of a master training schedule. So this isn't illegal, and we've been doing it. And not only you say, well, just because we've done it. We've had three attorneys, 2 firms, and I have asked 5 different ways to the attorney, and they said, this is legal. So I don't know how else that question, if you have other questions about the merits, I think that's important. That's not a merit on this particular example or this particular item.
All right, so again, we have a motion and a second, so I'm going to call vote. Everybody in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Everybody opposed?
I wanted to add my aye vote to that, please.
Okay.
How was he voting?
He said aye. Opposed? Hey, any nays? All right. Awesome. So, sorry. We're moving on to approving a facility.
May I ask for a small break?
Yes.
Just 3 minutes.
Well, we will have to in about 8
we might have to
minutes
extend
time. Yeah, because we're coming up to.
Well, if we don't extend, then I can wait. But if I don't understand.
I think the hopes is that we can. I know.
I can wait till 10.
I know. I defer to my fellow trustees. I know maybe
Oh,
Arun
go
is.
ahead. We'll extend. I move that we extend the meeting a
Okay.
half hour.
Okay, so let's extend
Until
till 10:30.
I'll second.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Everybody in favor of extending till 10:30, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So we're extending till 10:30. Awesome. Thank you so much. We'll take a 3-minute break, please. Let's make it quick. Less than 5 minutes. Yes. All right, here we, Rooney, you're here, right?
Dr. Pleka is throwing out his warhead.
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Just making sure.
He didn't know
Rooney.
He's like,
I think he got tricked into having that. So we're gonna go ahead and get moving on item 9B, which to approve facility use agreement with Delta Prep Foundation. And we have a public comment. We have Shelley here. So we have one public comment on this item, and then go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Shelley Clough. I am a resident here in Fullerton. I have a very diverse family of 9, from abilities to race to money. We transitioned into Fullerton School District 2 years ago from private school for the need to have something different coming out of COVID. We chose Rolling Hills, which is not our homeschool, so we transport our kids for the multi-age program, which has been amazing. We are Sunset Lane Parks residents, and our oldest child will be going into Parks next year. My personal kids range from 12 to 36, my 2. My grandchildren are 7 and 11, and my niece, who I'm legal guardian of, is 8, and they all live within my home. So the question is, why Delta? I have the unique situation of raising 2 boys, and I have had to stretch and grow as a boy mom and grandma, because they are different. They are uniquely, unbelievably athletic. We spend a lot of time and resources to build what they are driven by. Do I want them to be academically motivated and inclined? Absolutely. My husband and I come from very rich professions in terms of our academic ability, but athletics is their reinforcement to doing well in school. So when I saw this opportunity come on my email, Facebook, whatever, for such a time as this, we have a boy going into 6th grade and a boy going into 7th grade. And then I watched the first school board meeting, and all kinds of Mama Bear alerts came out. I felt like there was lack of transparency. Let's just say I went into full Mama Bear mode and did a lot of research. And I did ask why Delta. I did hear the information from who they initially were tied to. But what I have learned through more research, reaching out to the school that was impacted by those allegations, going and visiting Delta organization, is this. One, the school that was impacted by that, they still are partners with Delta. We met athletes who train on Delta from that charter school. I have 30 years of background in education. I taught in Las Vegas at what was called a turnaround high school. And when I came onto that campus, we brought in professionals to teach us how to engage with that particular demographic. The first thing before a student came into our classroom, we needed to shake their hand. We needed to make a physical connection with them.
Just
when
wrap
our
up your
boys
comments,
went
'cause
on campus,
your 3 minutes are up, but just
Okay.
wrap up.
When
if you
our
can.
boys went on campus, that was the first thing that happened when they engaged with their athletes. So I can only say it is a well-rounded program with qualified professionals. And we know the research between athletics and academics. And you can only know that we're going to see better grades, better
Awesome.
test scores. I could keep going, but I'll
Thank you.
stop.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Awesome. So, again, item before us, approving a facilities use agreement for Delta Prep Foundation.
So just
You wanna-
just a couple caveats. So again, I know that something like this, it is new, so we're bringing it before the board. And I want to, again, carve out what we do and what's different. So we do facility use agreements with everybody. Churches, nonprofits, music groups, just to give a couple examples. Golden Hill for years had a variety of music companies that would come in, teach kids lessons. We have had, obviously, OC United, Boys and Girls Club. And then if we expand to the kind of the right after school, so we have people right now after school coming into our schools that are nonprofit. Delta is also a nonprofit. So nonprofits, there's a certain rate that we charge for nonprofits, and those that come in that after school. There's a set of requirements that we get from ASCIP, and we apply those. And so in what's before you, very similar. Delta is not only agreed to what we have required of every other organization. For the first time, we've asked them to utilize a set of enhanced guidelines from ASCIP. So it will be one of the strictest facility use agreements that we've ever had with a partner who utilizes our facility. So what's different is not that we do facility use agreements. What's different is not that we have partners come on when kids are on our campus. What's different is that they would come in prior to school coming out, and in this case it's 1:30. That, again, is the specific thing we're voting on. In fact, there's something called the Civic Center Act. Delta, the Rangers, churches, we can fill in. If they're a nonprofit, they have the right legally to access our facilities. And we've set up criteria, and right now, to be honest, it's all done through Facilitron. All these groups come on, they pay, and there's agreements that do that. So that part is not unique to Delta. The only part that's unique, in fact, even if you said, no, we don't want Delta, Delta can go fill out legally a Facilitron and access our fields, and actually, to be honest, for cheaper than what they're agreeing to pay. There's a rate, the $4,000 that we're charging them to access our facilities is what our nonprofit rate. We're charging on top of that because it's in the day. We've asked them to give $5,000 additional dollars that the PE department can use, because it isn't, potentially, you have to navigate, you have to work together, you have to collaborate. So that $5,000 goes to the school and specifically to sports and athletics and to our PE department. So again, what's before you is not whether Delta can use our facility. By law, they already can, like everybody else. What's different is what's brought before you is they can access it earlier. So that's really the only unique item. If in the end you said, no, they can't do it, literally they can go on just like everybody else. We have churches that do it. We have hundreds of organizations that access our facilities legally.
Because we're a public school.
But I think the
we're
difference
a public
is-
school district.
Yeah.
Yes, but they don't access it in the same way of, we don't promote them. We don't say, come to church on Sunday, this group is using our gym. What we do is we promote our after-school ACES programs and the partners that we work with, where there's an expectation of the community and the parents and the guardians that when their kids go to this program that we are supporting and partnering and endorsing, that their kids are going to be treated the same way they would on our campus. I think there is even if it's legally different and the insurance title coverage is different, there's something about our parents expecting that when my kids are at school, whether it's in the classroom or after school, they're going to be safe and protected and cared for, and their needs are going to be met. I think that is an expectation that's very different than just borrowing our Facilitron spaces.
We have,
But-
Beechwood School has people come in and do a play that's paid, and it is not Beechwood. Historically, Laguna Road, Hermosa, and Rolling Hills had Vicki Schindel come in, who was paid during the school day, took use of the theater, So other classrooms could not use the theater and practice plays, and she was paid for that. So this is something that's been going on, and now we're actually getting the people to pay us, whether, whatever. And our after-school programs, like Beechwoods is after school, and anybody, I believe, in that school could be in that play, but I think they all have to pay. You might correct me if I'm wrong. But I don't think that people necessarily believe, if they go to the Boys and Girls Club and it's functioning on our campus, that we are the protectors of Boys and Girls Club. Any of our programs that use our campus, when the Boy Scouts come, I don't think that the parents of the Boy Scouts think that we have the responsibility of knowing exactly what's going on with the Boy Scouts. So if someone decides to use this group, or no, I don't want to go to Delta, I don't want to pay that much, but there's another group I want to go to, it's less or more or different, and it's closer to where I live, I'm going to transport them, that's up to them. And like people who spoke tonight, some of them have done a lot of due diligence, and that's good. That's what parents are supposed to do, due diligence.
I want to share a little bit about this item, because when I first brought this item up, my expectations wasn't to work with Delta and provide a facilities use agreement, right, for Delta to be on site. Again, we're FSD, we're innovative, we do things where we see it best fits, and it's going to improve and it's going to contribute to the well-being of our students and our kids. To having an organization like Delta on site for a sports academy is being really innovative. I know we've heard about there is other academies out there, or what are they calling it? The Sports Universal
trainers
component at the neighboring district. All that's all remote, all that's off-site. We're being really innovative by providing a space for Delta to be able to be on site at our school site. So I think this is, again, an amazing opportunity to show this shared joint use or this facilities use agreement is on a yearly basis, and we could, retract it at any given time if it's not working out the way we see it fit. So I just wanted to share that real quick before everyone else shared.
Dr. Pleka?
Yes, Aruni?
Sorry, I wasn't sure if anybody else was about to ask a question. I didn't want to speak over anybody else. Dr. Pleka, could you talk a little bit about what efforts Delta's making to address some of the gender equity issues and also scholarships?
Sure. So, again, in some ways, they've offered something that no other group has offered to us in the past. Even the groups that have offered scholarships, it's been just a handful. They set a criteria, and the criteria is that all our students that meet the federal guideline of free and reduced, they will give them complete scholarship. And so we have 3 kids right now that have been approved by Delta to provide a scholarship that would not have access. And by the way, just a kind of a comment on the process, the process is good. And I will throw out, I really appreciate, I have great respect for Matthew over at Parks, and he brought this issue up. And because of the dialogue, we went back to Delta and said, hey, what could you do? And again, they're the only organization in our history that has offered that to any kid that meets that criteria. That's pretty cool.
Anyone else?
Well, I do have questions about
The facility use agreement, correct? Because that's the item that we're talking about. So I just want to make sure that we get through, because we still have quite a few more items. So if it's on another item, let's try to
do we want to hold people to the same standards that we would for our own, the way that we approach students when we agree to let them use our facilities? Because the questions I have around gender equity, reaching Title IX, making sure that girls have equal access to play in the sports, making sure that our kids with disabilities or IEPs are able to participate if they're physically able to compete as elite athletes. Will they have the supports they need? Those are questions that, for a teacher, for a public school education and a PE class, I would absolutely want to know.
Sure.
But the question is, as a board, if we're allowing these groups, Delta specifically, to come to our campus and have access to our campus, to be promoted, to be advertised through FSD as our partner, are we holding them to the same standards?
Yeah, so I think there were three. So first, on the area of training in the area of protecting our children, Sam, they're exceeding the standard that we require of our own teachers and our own staff. So the training that we do, I do it. All of the teachers do that. It's provided by ASCIP as a standardized training, and so they've agreed to do that. On top of that, they provide 2 additional hours of training, more than what our current staff gets.
Bob, I'm sorry. I think that item's still not what we're discussing when we're talking about facilities use.
But it
But
does
I think
relate to, do we
it's-
allow someone to use our facilities if
Yeah.
they don't hold the
Right.
same standards we do?
Yeah, and then the second piece
in
related.
using our facilities, I don't see how that's relevant.
I do, because I don't want to give access to our spaces and our classrooms.
I don't think
to-
I don't think currently we ask other users to do the same.
I think we could.
So
You wanna-
can I just answer
All right.
So you had 3. So that was one related to child protection and training, professional development, and so they're going to receive more. They've agreed to do more. 2, around the disability. Yeah, for sure. If we, as an example, let's say we have a student who is experiencing blindness, or somebody that is deaf. They can be a great athlete, and so I have, in terms of them being an advanced athlete, yeah, and can they access it? Yes, Delta would definitely allow those sorts of things, and that's something that they have committed to. As far as the element in terms of girls, I think looking at what are some of the sports, so I'm not going to overgeneralize because we do see more girls accessing flag football than ever before, and I think we're going to actually see another little trend, and I just have seen that when we have the Olympics, a lot of times the Olympic sports spur on new athletes. I would expect more girls, specifically in football, because of flag football, to grow. However, where do we see girls in equal proportion or pretty close in equal proportion? Soccer. Soccer is a national phenomenon with all kinds of followers, and that's an area. And in fact, JD's girls, 5 of his girls, all play soccer, and I think part of the impetus for maybe why he's included soccer more recently. But so soccer is one that will provide that access, specifically basketball. And I am going to point out that we have someone here that's a phenomenal ex-basketball collegiate player. So the sports that they're offering, specifically soccer and basketball, we see equal numbers of both groups. Yes, football, I think, is still predominantly a male sport. However, we're seeing some trends in different ways. So
Dance?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, they're not offering dance, but
sure.
Other groups are offering dance.
So again, yeah. So again, I mean, I do love the questions again on gender equity, again, but the items facility use agreement with Delta Prep, and I'll share something real quickly. There was a high school student from Anaheim High School. I have to call out specifically the high school. She's at UC San Marcos I think in your neck of the woods. Plays both softball and baseball. She was the first Division I athlete to be able to play 2 sports on the same day for her college, university out there. So it's just those opportunities that come about, and if it's, again, something that kids want to do. I don't think sports really provides a unequitable opportunity when it comes to gender.
No, in
Yeah.
fact, it's the opposite. I think sports have to aggressively address inequity in order to make sure girls thrive.
Yeah.
Because when you don't have female coaches, when you don't have a culture that embraces girls as athletes,
And I love
there's
that Delta
potential
has,
there's
female
abuse.
coaches
And so
as well,
that's
too.
What I want to see is that very much intentional inclusion of girls as athletes, not
Yeah.
just in dance, but in all sports. I think that's a really important value that we want to communicate to our partners, that is essential to us, and that we're bound by law to fulfill Title IX
Yeah.
requirements as well.
No, for sure. So, again, I'll bring this item back up. If there's a motion and a second for approving the facilities use agreement with Delta Prep Foundation. Motion, yeah? You move? I'll have second.
I'll second.
Everybody in favor, say aye.
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 Everybody opposed?
No, not for
No?
me.
Yeah, so we got a 4-1 vote. Awesome. So moving on to item C, a MOU with Delta Prep Foundation and Fullerton School District for transportation services from July 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2025.
So this last item, again, in fact, this one is no different than any other item. I put it on non-consent because I want it to be completely transparent. But we do agreements all the time. And I'll tell you, there's value for our CSAs.
And at no cost to us, correct?
So what happens is right now, we provide 6 hours. And so what's happening is every time that JD, and I'm not talking about JD from Delta, I'm talking our JD, every time JD can do a field trip, every time he can do extra hours, our CSCA benefits. And in fact, I had some really good discussions with the entire group of bus drivers who have asked me to do everything in my power to try to increase the hours. And so, and this is, by the way, again, not unique. JD Mancha, our JD, has done so much to try to grow this. And this contract that we're using is literally right out of our transportation contracts that we've done in the past. And I'm referring to Mike because Mike, one of his many duties is he actually used to be in charge of transportation. Then he got, I think, print shop, but.
And our JD is not here to be able to refer to him,
Yeah.
so,
Right.
yeah.
No. JD Mancha is in
Our
charge.
JD. So.
So this last item, and this is just a contract that Mike uses in a standard sense.
Yeah. Awesome. So do we have a motion for this item, or questions, concerns, comments?
I move to approve the memorandum, the MOU with Delta Prep Foundation, the Fullerton School District for transportation services from July 1, 2024 to June 30th, 2025.
All right, do we have a second? Awesome. Everybody in favor, say aye. 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 Everybody opposed?
I'll abstain from that.
So she'll abstain. Did we get a vote from our trustee Thakor?
I wanted to add my vote to the aye. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. All right, item D, adopt the resolution 2425 CFD 4001, authorizing and providing the special tax for our community facilities district 2000-1, District 40. And that's Dr. Coughlin.
Yes. The good news is we don't have to go into our special meetings for this. This is an annual item. There's going to be two. The first one is the CFD for the Van Dale property. Second one is the CFD for the Amherst Heights property. This is not a new tax, if you will. This was approved back in 2001. It's been refinanced. This is on a certain, and for Van Dale, it's on 110 parcels. 91 of those parcels are taxed. There's about 7 years left on what's owed on that. And so in the resolution, there's an attachment that shows how much per parcel. And for the Vandale one, it's all the same price per parcel. So what the board is doing, this is an annual tax, but the board has to take action on it, and then it goes to the county, and then it appears on their tax roll, their property tax bill.
I move to adopt Resolution 2425 CFD 40-01, authorizing and providing for the levying of special taxes within Community Facilities District 20001, District 40, Vandale.
I'll second that.
Second.
Thank you. So we got everybody in favor, say aye.
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 Awesome, thank you for that. So now, looks like you have another one, right? Dr. Kogling,
This one.
item E?
Correct. This is the CFD for Amherst Heights. This one has a few more. This is over by Fissler. 1,213 parcels. 1,129 of them are taxed. These are based on the size of the parcel. So you'll see, I believe there's 5 or 6 different amounts. And the total for the annual assessment for this is $1,490,902.40.
Awesome.
I move to adopt Resolution 2425 CFD 48-01, authorizing and providing the levying of special taxes within Community Facilities District 2001-1, District 48, Amherst Heights.
Awesome, do we have a second? Awesome, thank you. You're on it, I see. Appreciate it, 5-0. Sorry, everybody in favor, say aye.
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 It was getting close to that 10:30. Everybody opposed? Nay. Yeah. All right, we're going into discussion item 10A. So discuss current ASCIP requirements to enhance student protection practices for district contractors.
Chad, can you give a little
Yeah,
briefing on this?
a little. So we're talking about
And just to clarify, we're
district
just discussing
contractors.
this, right?
Yeah, this is just a discussion.
And so we have currently in our contracts that we've signed with anyone we work with, the current requirements, and those are listed in the first side of the column. The second side, we reached out to ASCIP. They have particularly a group that deals with what they call SAM, sexual abuse and molestation, that are recognized experts who looked at and said, beyond what you've done, these are things that, as an insurer, that our experts recommend that would be additional enhanced, not required, but things that would enhance and strengthen your ability to protect children with outside groups that have contact with children. And these were their recommended items that they've asked the district to consider, and that they would ask a vendor to consider, whether that be for-profit, nonprofit, anyone that comes in and works with children.
And maybe Rob can help tag team, but there's basically 3 types of contractors that's, I think, relevant to the discussion.
Sure, who those are that are typically coming on our school site that we contract with?
Right, and we contract with contractors all the time. Some of them never even come on they don't even come on our campuses, and they don't have contact. There's other ones that they come on our campus, maybe it's on the weekend, it's after hours, they don't have direct contact with students. There's never going to be a time where they could be alone with them. And then there's this other type where they're on our campus when students are there, and it could be possible that they could be alone with the student. For those contractors, much more stringent requirements for making sure the contractors that are on there have gone through the fingerprinting checks and they're properly insured.
So think like off-right school time activity. And so you have contractors that are operating that space. We use Boys and Girls Club. That's one. Then you have a group like, we can talk about the Rangers, we can talk about Golden League baseball. It's not during school hours, it's on a weekend. That's a whole other group. And then the third group, just like Rob said, we have someone who's going to hang a projector. Right now at Parks, there's a roof that is, we'll just say, bad. Needed repair is done, and there is somebody there who's fixing that roof, and that's a contractor doing that. They don't have direct contact with kids, but they are on the campus when students are there. So those are kind of our 3 different groups. So your discussion, keeping those groups in mind.
How about the the chess masters? How about all the arts? How about, I don't know, scouts?
Yeah, I would count generally are they with our kids during what we would considered like authorized school time or activities? Generally speaking, I'm going to overgeneralize, it's to 6 o'clock. So, so chess masters, right now they are a part of our after school, but in the past, we paid chess masters, or we didn't, but parents paid them, they came on, so that's a good example. All the arts, they've done art camps. So yes, that group is interacting with our kids kind of during authorized school hours. School hours isn't just within a compensatory schedule. We considered 3:30 or 4 o'clock where we're still authorized to take care of children as, we'll say, school hours.
Who administers this test, or the questionnaire? Is it
and the training?
It would be online. It'd be like a little online training that the
Yes, we
person has to go
would
through.
have online resources that they'd be able to access, and ASCIP has those available for us that they can provide to us, that we can give to our vendors, to these groups that work with us.
And who would track to make sure that that is done for anyone that was qualified or that was coming?
That'd be Mike McAdams would track to make sure that's finished.
Now, would that be for contractors? What about like volunteers or anyone that comes on a school site to be able to be maybe helping out at a school event or things like that?
No, that would apply just to these
So just contractors, no volunteers, no.
No, not to the volunteers themselves. No.
I think it's just like we have our different tiers of volunteers, to be a chaperone on a field trip. There are different levels of safety, right? But the expectation is there's always a staff person overseeing the kids and monitoring and making sure that adult is being safe. I think this really should best apply when there's potential that kids are under their care. So I think it's the after-school program. It's maybe all the arts if there aren't teachers. They spend a lot of time, but certainly the summer programs where the kids are under the care of these adults, and we want to hold them, I think, to the same expectations we would our staff. I think it's really valuable, both decreasing risk for us as a district, but absolutely for our kids, that we're teaching more adults how to be safe around kids. And we're also raising the expectations of kids that this is how they deserve to be treated. And that's one thing I would love to see is a component where kids are also trained in reporting mechanisms, that there's at least an expectation of confidentiality and awareness of how to report concerns for kids too.
Going back to the volunteer, why would a volunteer that's not the highest tier volunteer, that person that's going to 6th grade camp as a chaperone, why would they not do something like this?
I don't think we have parents on 6th grade
Or
camps
DC, Washington. Well, DC is not ours, but
Yeah, I mean,
I think
if you just think of our regular parent volunteers, we are trying to balance because we do want our parents to be
we don't want
engaged.
barriers.
Right,
Yeah.
so you're trying to balance that out. Generally speaking, though, where we've kind of drawn the line is if a parent is going to literally chaperone kids without the teacher, they need to have the higher level.
So would they have this?
Our current requirements are not. The current requirements are they have a TB, they have a completed application with a recommendation, and then they have the fingerprinting, which is cleared on both levels.
So it's not this level.
Yeah, but this is a whole other. Again, it's a barrier. And we deal with some parents who may or may not be able to access this due to language. So that becomes another issue of what do you do for a parent who may not be able to access this material but due to language issues. So
also, to get coverage of $3 million, SAM coverage is not cheap. And so for a parent that's going to volunteer to school, that's just not, we don't have that on our homeowners policies.
Right.
But
I wouldn't think it'd be a general volunteer. I would say that the ones that are
The company-
truly by themselves with students.
Right, but the ones that are
That's still a lot
that are
of
regular, that have a ongoing exposure with the students, the ones that are there almost every day or quite frequently, that's usually, not getting in a lot of details, what's going to happen is going to happen over time. I hate to say that, but that's typically what the research shows. Research also shows that when you let the community know you're doing these things, the people that are doing the bad things, unfortunately, for the other place, they'll leave. Good for us, they'll go somewhere else.
Yeah, right.
They'll know that we have things in place. So we do take these very seriously by making sure they have these insurance coverage.
As I look at the list of, if we think about our summer programming, our after-school programming, our sports program partners, it's really folks who are paid to do this work of caring for kids. That's kind of that might not be a perfect line in the sand, but it's, if they're paid to be doing this work of caring for kids, and we're trusting them as the safe adults to care for kids, I want to hold them to these standards. I think it's a good thing to raise the bar and expect all of the adults to be as safe as we can, creating systems of safety and protection for our kids.
So, can I ask, sorry, real quickly, because we're already past the 10:30 mark. Do I have a motion to extend another 15 minutes?
I'm done with this. This is just a discussion, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a discussion.
Yeah.
And the other
Should
one's a
we send
discussion.
comments maybe through email if we have changes or suggestions for this? And we'll
Well,
bring
we
it
would
to-
have to bring it back as an item.
We still have to bring it back. It's a discussion item.
It's just
Yeah,
discussion.
Tonight it's discussion.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
It's
So we
just
could send
discussion.
email comments and just any edits or changes that we suggest, and then we would bring them up again, like we do when we do policy revision.
Yeah, and I definitely say it would be valuable for staff to get direction in this.
Yeah,
I really would like direction
Okay.
from the staff,
I'm
from the board.
100% behind it. I think it's a great idea to, we can, delineate exactly who will have to be a part of this, but I think any adults that are paid to be in charge of kids should be under this policy. This strength and protection.
I'm proposing that we extend 15 minutes.
Yeah, can we, let's extend 15 minutes. I think we can get through this in the next 15 minutes. I think my track record is gonna be bad
I'll
the last
second the
two of
15
mine.
minutes.
But awesome, thank you so much. Everybody in favor of extending 15 minutes? Say aye.
Aye.
Extend it, aye.
We're almost done.
Awesome, okay.
We're almost there.
So, yeah,
No
sorry.
more votes.
No, okay, yeah.
No more votes here. All discussion.
So Bob is looking for a direction.
And I don't need the direction at this moment, so
Yeah.
I think the piece is, if you want us to bring back an item and potentially for action, so that's what I need direction on. Do you want me to bring the item back for action or discussion? And then potentially what would be a frame for that action? I don't need all the details. The next meeting, you can work out, which groups. But I think the question I'm looking for right now is, for the next meeting, do you want me to bring back discussion or action? And if it's action, give me a frame to bring back to you next month.
I would agree with what Ruthie's proposed as far as the paid adult workers or contractors. I will give up on my parents or others that are with for now.
Because do you want parents or others?
No, I get it.
I mean, definitely
understand it.
not creating barriers is
Yes.
definitely not what
But I also
what I
think
wanna
that,
do.
our job is to protect them from everyone.
Yeah.
Right? And,
Mhm.
and just because you're here doesn't mean.
Yeah, it doesn't-
So,
yeah,
but
that's-
I do agree. So I think that bringing it back with our paid adults
See
in
what that
those
looks
same
like.
areas makes sense to me. And I think we should do a more comprehensive safety check on people.
Yeah. For me, it's just, as long as it doesn't cost the contractors more money to have to do training, but it looks like we would be able to provide some of that content for them. And if we can figure out, again, a process to be able to make sure that they're doing it and it's something that they're willing to do and just kind of get a feel for that as well, too. Again, I think protections are good for sure, 100%. But again, if there's no accountability to making sure that, they're taking, the right trainings or whatever it may be. Again, I reached out to, my fellow colleagues with some folks that work in schools with students and are alone. And they shared, they just meet the district's requirements. So not our school district, but other school districts and multiple school districts here in Orange County. And, they abide by what the district requires from them to do. We, at the organization that I work with, shared kind of what they do currently. So that's why I reached out to get some more content and more information on this, so yeah.
So I have direction to just bring it back as an action item.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mike, do you think any of these things would curtail a vendor from being interested in working with us?
I think it varies on insurance costs, but you know, having a higher standard is always a better solution for
Right.
our students. And in our purchasing department, we take this very seriously. We always put ourselves in the students' eyes, and so when we read contracts or vet them through, then it's something that we want to make sure staff, student, district's protected 100%.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
You're awesome.
Yeah.
All right.
But
So I know. Thank you so much.
Okay, that's
so
good.
You got to get to.
That's right.
So you got what you need, Bob, for that,
Yeah,
so we can
that's
move on.
enough, yes.
Perfect. So let's move on to item 11B.
Still just the first read, right?
Just the first read,
Still
but
first
Dr.
read.
This is
Dr.
just the
Chan-
first read, and the
Dr.
only change
Hammett.
to this policy is the inclusion of sixth grade as being eligible for independent study. So that would be the only change. This is the first read, so please get back to me if you see any other changes, but we would bring it back to the next meeting for the board to consider for approval.
Perfect. And then also for item C, first reading, similar, right?
Yes, and this is the independent study, and this was just a revision to our policy with some updates based on the law, and just in full transparency, we're bringing it now, and we'll bring it back for approval at the next meeting. However, in June, at the end of June, with the governor's budget, we are anticipating changes to independent study. Nothing major, but things that will require us to change this again. So you probably will see it again in July or August when we bring it back to make sure that we're compliant with our auditor's requirements.
Would it be better to put off bringing it back till July?
I think just so that we have it updated now, and then we can bring it back again, just to make sure that we're keeping up with it.
Is that because you want it updated to reflect the changes as we introduce a new program, or just the gap?
Just the gap. There's some changes that we should make now, so we're current with it, and then changes we'll make again to be current again.
Yeah, I mean, some of these items, what happens is whenever you have an attorney look at it for one piece, they're now looking at our independent study just in general. And so there's always little
Open
tweaks.
up a can of worms.
Yeah, so it in terms of it meets the base, like the baseline, but the language is better. And then to Chad's point, they're anticipating a change, but we don't know if there'll be a change too, so.
I do have to say that is not a very user-friendly policy. It's
Well, and you'll notice there's the component in there too about a public hearing. So before it is approved, we have to do a public hearing. This, because it's tied to funding, is very legal, and it's very bound to the ed code and to the education code.
That's why you can't understand it.
That's why it matches the legal criteria. It doesn't match the. This makes clear, plain sense.
We need the cliff notes on, for parents, this is what this means.
Yes.
Well, I
This is
actually
what this
do find it
says.
really helpful when we're told, oh, this is what we have to have this exact language because of the law, even if that was in italics or something, because that helps. Because I'll make addition or edits and then be like, no, you have to have it exactly this way, or else it doesn't count.
There's certain ways that it has to be
That
stated.
would be helpful, I think, for us if we're given a version to look at.
It would save you so much time.
Yeah. I do it. I have some spelling mistakes.
Especially
I found,
in
but
things
that's
that
okay.
are tied to funding and are tied to attendance, those have to very much match
Yes,
the letter
that would
of
be
the
helpful
law.
for us with those changes. Thank you.
Oh, awesome.
I'll try and stay awake and read it the next time.
Yes. All right. Request for future board items.
Just as an item, we are bringing back the cell phone policy. It is at the next meeting. What we're bringing is not actually the policy, because we don't have a specific cell phone policy, but we have references to it. So what we're going to do is bring it all to you, and then you can start to kind of make meaning out of it, and then potentially we would actually bring back the item at the next meeting in June. So we'll have this initial discussion. So that's our plan at this point.
Awesome.
Speaking of meetings in June, just to alert my fellow colleagues here, I know the 18th, I'm going to be not here. So I'll be doing, hopefully, the Rooney thing.
Okay.
So just so you guys know.
Sounds good. So we're going to adjourn the meeting at 10:42, and our next regular board meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, June 11th.
with the budget, remember?
Budget.
We-
It has to
I
do with the
tried that.
budget. Yeah.